Hola, hola, hola. What's going on, everybody? How are we today? And we are live. Yeah, definitely an odd show last night. I'm not going to lie. It seemed like, I don't know, if there wasn't a plane crash and the helicopter crash together, I'd have screwed it up. What's going on, Paul? How are you? Of course, we got the greatest mod on all these interwebs, Sheree. Let's, let's pop that open. I'm all right. I'm a little tired, actually. I got in like a pretty decent sized tobacco order. The wife got me another pipe for Valentine's Day. I tore in the box to get to the tobacco, found the pipe. She's like, "You asshole! That was supposed to be for for Valentine's Day, but you might as well take it now, you greedy little kid." So I got to try out all kinds of new flavors and stuff like that. I gotta see because I've been working on this shit for the Iron Man base, and I must have printed an odd piece because that base does not fit together well at all. I might have to do this a whole different way. That's it's not supposed to look like that. I'm just gonna have to skip the base for Iron Man when I do him. Yeah, I'll tell you what. She got me some really decent flavors of tobacco or what have you, because not only do they smell better than my normal cigarette smoking, which has decreased since I started smoking pipe tobacco, but it smells a hell of a lot better. And she got me this one flavor, Sutliff. I think it's called Strawberry Delight, and it tastes and smells just like a strawberry cheesecake or a strawberry shortcake. It's pretty good. Another thing that she got today, they actually sent my wife out this thing. I guess it's this company. It's called Moyu, and I got to turn off the one light so you can see the box or whatever. Moyu is the name of the company in London. And they sent her out this thing because my wife does a lot of nail art. And I didn't realize this until I started doing 3D printing. Legitimately, some of the tools they make for fingernail art are perfect for 3D printing. So they sent her out this thing, this hand light, and apparently this isn't on market yet. And she brought it in and showed it to me, and I was blown away because what it is, it's a UV light. Like you can probably see the purple from the UV, but legitimately, when I'm done doing Venom or what have you, or putting them all together, I sanded them down yesterday. So when he fits together, I could put a bead of resin right across this waistline. Let me turn back on the light. I can put a bead of resin right here and then legit just use this pen and seal the resin. I can do it right in my hand. So shout out to Moyu London. Um, Fantastic shit right there. I think they should actually do some tools for 3D printers as well because it's all resin based. I think it's more, it may be a Goryo or a, might even be a Myling, David Mon. I know what it's not. It's It's not a bunch of bullshit where you got a bullet soaking in boss. Tell you that much. But yeah, I mean, crazy shit. Something that came out, and I don't know how many people have seen this yet. I didn't even know that it dropped, but they put out a trailer. So they did back in the day. You had Danny Boyle did a movie called 28 Days Later, and it was pretty decent zombie film. Well, not really zombies. They were infected with rabies, basically. Um, and it was a decent movie. It was all right. Then they did 28 Weeks Later, and it wasn't that great a movie. There was a couple good scenes to it, but realistically, it was a very forgettable movie. They're doing one now called 28 Years Later, and it looks really good. I don't know what it is about the trailer. It looks creepy. Some of the scenery and stuff in the background, um, some of the cinematography, all that, it looks good. Crack the rocket fuel. And then, um, you know, one of the things, so everybody's all going off now watching all the confirmation hearings for different people in Trump's cabinet. Bobby Kennedy, his thing, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., his was pretty decent. Like, it was all right. Um, there's some bullshit in there, like people trying to grandstand on him and all that. Cash Patel was done today. That was pretty good. People are getting hung up on that. Everybody in the news that I've seen has kind of skipped everything to do with the Lake and Riley bill being signed. And I'm not going to lie, I think out of everything that's, outside of what just happened with the helicopter and the airplane crash in Washington, D.C., and then blaming it on DEI, I don't know that it's DEI. It could have just been a fuck up. Fuck ups happen. It doesn't mean that, it was DEI. It's not always DEI. I put that in the title for a reason because you don't go over the top with it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, it's all because of DEI. No, some people just suck at their jobs. Some people are tired. Maybe they have a sick kid at home, weren't paying attention. It could be a lot of things. But don't always assume it goes to DEI. Yeah, sure. Right. If you've seen 28 Days Later, you'll probably like the trailer for it. It looks badass. It really does. It's like people are basically like living on islands and shit like this and have to go travel for food, and it looks good. Yeah, I mean, everybody's saying that shit. Well, we need a more diverse stream of, and I think they got it right. You need the most competent people. Doesn't matter what color they are, doesn't matter what religion they are. Get the most competent people to do the job. I mean, I'm sure they're going to find all kinds of different stuff with this, and maybe I'm completely off base. But if it turns out that DEI had no role in it, now you're kind of on record making it sound like, oh, it was all because of DEI. And you got to be careful with that. But yeah, I think the big news that was skipped over last night, and I haven't heard anybody really talking about it, was the Lake and Riley, them having a whole conversation. Like Trump went off before he signed that executive order. He brought up Lake and Riley's mom and I believe her dad or maybe her stepdad. But the stuff that Trump was saying at first, I was just kind of like, okay, typical political lip service, right? I see the quartering every now and again. I kind of stay away from it. He's like the flea market version of Tim Pool, or he sells like Timu items basically on his shit. In my opinion. But he's like, I don't like people that sit there and dance the YouTube. Oh my God, I'm going to get canceled at any minute. Oh my God, I need to get fucking monetized for everything. I don't like people that just don't speak their minds, because I've watched him speak his mind on other stuff and he's actually entertaining. But when he's doing a video and he's like, and then there were three people that, how should we say, did adult things and were deleted for it. Like, motherfucker, just come out and say what you got to say. I agree. Like, look, don't get it screwed up. I've said this about DEI. Most competent people is what I want in there. The DEI, you know, and I'm not just saying it because of my skin tone, right? The thing with DEI is, I think if you're going to repeal it, you also have to say, I will not discriminate against anybody based on race, sex, creed, religion, any of this shit in my hiring practices, but I will choose the best candidate out of everybody. I think you still have to put in that, because you will have people that are fucking like racist scumbags that are like, I'm only going to hire white people now. You have to be careful with that. Not saying that there's a shit ton of them out there, but there's a couple of them out there and they're assholes. Okay. So, I mean, if he did a video specifically to it, he's done more research into this whole thing. I was going to wait for the official report to be released because Trump seems to be kicking this shit out fast as hell. And to a point where I think everybody's forgotten, especially the news. News is like bullshit right now. Because they're like, oh, I thought you were going to change this. I thought you were going to lower prices. Motherfucker's been in the office for a week. It hasn't been 6 months. It hasn't been 2 years. It's been a week. He's been in there for a week, almost two. Like, what are we talking about here? He was sworn in on the 20th. It's been 10 days. His secretaries haven't even been confirmed yet in most cases. And in some cases they are, and they spoke today. Like, immediately addressed everything as it's happening. What more do you want from the man? Like, just shut the fuck up. I've never seen anything move this fast in my life when it comes to the government. Usually they drag their nuts in the sand. But it just the media just pisses me off with it. Like, they'll do an interview with JD Vance and be like, "Well, I thought you were going to do this. It's been fucking 10 days. It's been 7 days. It's what do you want?" He's been in office for 3 days. Oh, I thought you said you're going to remove the DEI practices out of air traffic control and all this. Well, wait a minute. Like, in 3 days, you wanted them to fire everybody, hire all new people, and have them up and running? Like, I, unless they're fucking robots, it ain't happening. I'm impressed with just the fact that I'm not going to lie. I forgot what it was like to actually have a president that can go out in front of cameras and say, this was a tragedy, this was awful, this shit should never happen again. Instead, we got a president who like shuffled out there, didn't even walk, just shuffled out there, stood there, decrepit, misspoke half the words that were written out for him by some ass clown in the back, and then shuffled off the stage without taking a question. Trump like, he sat there for like 20 minutes today just taking questions after the fact. And people were asking him shit that weren't on topic. He was just like, look, I don't think it's appropriate to talk about that right now. Like, I appreciate the question, but I'm not answering it because right now is an inappropriate time for me to answer that. Good on him. That's the way it should be done. Hell, even I watched the press conference with what's her name, Levitt, I think her name is, the young girl that he just put up there as his press secretary. She came out with no fucking binder and just off top of her head was just knocking questions left, right, front, center, out of the park. And I'm just like, yo, this is a lot different than somebody walking out with like uh, pushing like a cart full of binders filled with answers to questions that the people you've already chosen to call on are going to ask you. Yeah, what's up, mister? How are you? It's just the entire landscape has changed, but I've got to go back to it because I screenshotted something. So Trump, like I said, he does the Lake and Riley Act. He signs it into law. And before he signs it in, he brings up the mother. The mother is giving this impassioned speech about how her daughter's gone, but she's glad that, her daughter was going to be able to help others, even in death and all this kind of stuff. And she was going in. And if you watch Trump in the background, you could tell he actually felt it. Like it hurt him. And then you saw it change on his face again where it went to a resolve. And it was, this shit will never happen again as long as I'm president, and these motherfuckers are going to pay for it. And I legit saw the moment when he looked up and all those emotions and all his resolve was just full on display on his face. You can see the tear in his eye where he started to get teary eyed, everything else. Matter of fact, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Look at Trump in that picture. That's directly during that press conference. I had to go back and screenshot it. Just look at it. He's about to cry because of what that mother's saying, but he's also got that look in his face of motherfucker. Like, that is a president that gives a shit. That's a president that's listening to that mother and feeling her loss and has actually listened to her and will resolve this issue and will get scumbags out of the country. You think you could ever see a look on a face like that for Joe Biden? No, he was like, "Oh my God, I'm standing here and I didn't shit my pants." That's the look on Joe Biden's face. I mean, I was impressed. I'm not going to lie at all. That impressed the fuck out of me. The way I just saw that look on his face, and I know what was going through his mind. Because as a parent, if it had been my kid, yeah, you wouldn't be making it to a plane and back to your own country. Like they would find pieces of you scattered throughout the woods of South Carolina, New Jersey, and five other states. Yeah, and that's just it. Like, and you're not wrong, Devin. Oh, he doesn't care. He's a billionaire or whatever. No, when you have to sit there and you listen to this mother and like just watching a speech, I'm not gonna lie, I got teary eyed when she was talking. I mean, it just like as a young girl with her whole future ahead of her. I have a wife, I have a sister, I have a mother, I have two daughters. Well, actually, three if I include my daughter in law. What the fuck? I've got a niece. That'd have been one of my family. Like, you're not going to stop me. You're going to have to. You can't hide that son of a bitch in jail. I'll get myself thrown in jail just to get to him. You know what I mean? Like, and just looking at the resolve on Trump's face, the look in his face, like, it makes me wonder: did he consider like, hey, what if this had been Ivanka out jogging? What if this had been, Melania and she was somewhere and this happened to her? What would I do? And honestly, he's got to follow law. He's a president. Yeah, but ain't nobody gonna fuck with either one of you guys. You guys are mean. You'll skin that person alive. I didn't forget you guys. But yeah, there's just no goddamn way. No goddamn way. Like, and it's just then you get like the Colombia's president or whatever going, oh well, you're disrespecting our Senate. Fuck you, dude. You take these scumbags back, you lock them up in your fucking jail where they belong to begin with. You threw them out of your country, you sent them across the border, you probably gave them $5 and a slap on the ass to get here. And, you know, like, you want to talk about disrespect? Tell that to that grieving woman that was on that stage. Go look her in the face. Go look her husband in the face. And tell either of them, oh, my people feel disrespected. Fuck you and your people. How about that, motherfucker? You want to come get me? Come get me. Yeah, I don't need no Roman salutes. I'm good. You got to remember, my grandpappy was over there killing those sons of bitches. Those paper hanging sons of bitches. Um, yeah, but it's just like you want to disrespect. Well, no, they should be shackled. You know, you're lucky that Trump isn't flying them over, especially like they. I'm not talking about the ones that have come here for a better life and cut through the border and stuff like this. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about the ones that were absolute criminals, murderers, rapists, the most savage kid diddlers, the worst of the worst. And we're shipping them the fuck off first. You know, like there's one dude who beat, he was legit living free in, I can't remember what state it was. And he beat his pregnant wife to death in front of their 5-year-old. Like, what the fuck are we even talking about here? How's that guy not like thrown under the jail? That Colombian president should be glad that we don't have people like that fly over in our military things and just let them off the plane mid-flight without a parachute. Because I'm not going to lie at all, it's kind of tempting, isn't it? You know, it just But yeah, that was one picture. And then I saw this, I can't remember who he is berating, but I was watching somebody's commentary or like, I don't know if it was the five, what it was, but good old Hillary Clinton's old running mate. And I can't remember the dude's name. He just like, he looks like a total fucking goof, right? I think it's a Tim too. I think his name's Tim for some reason. But yeah, Tim Kaine, thank you. Spot on, Devin, right? But yeah, good old Tim Kaine is sitting there giving a speech, and he's like blasting somebody. I can't remember. It was one of Trump's nominees, and I'm sure you guys probably saw him doing this, probably on the Five or one of those shows, right? But I had to take this screenshot because he picked the wrong day to stop sniffing glue. Look at this fucking goof. Who the fuck is going to take you serious when you're lecturing them and you look like this? You look like a complete smacked ass, sir. Look at this goof. Just look at him. Like this is what clown shoes. If clown shoes were a human being, this is what they would look like. Like if my cat's asshole looked like this, right? I'd sew it shut. Look at this fucking goof. What a putz. Don't you? Thank God Hillary Clinton did not win the presidency because that would have been her vice president for 4 years. Yes, mister, you are 110% right. Clown shoes do have a soul. But yeah, it's definitely it's been something. 10 days, 10 fucking days, and everything. The entire world feels different because it is different. I'm just waiting till we got 2 more days, and then I believe tariffs on Canada and Mexico kick in. That's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. 25% on each of them. Something I wanted to address too. Last night, the The one chick called in and was oddly specific about Mr. Trump kicking like everybody out DEI and sending off the emails and all this kind of stuff, and was like kind of panicking because I guess her husband's a veteran, going to lose his job, all this stuff. That's just a suggestion. They're asking you to walk away before it comes that time where they start firing people. So if you think you're going to get fired, your best bet is take your severance package and get the fuck out. If you don't think you're going to be fired or don't think you've done anything wrong, well then. And I think that lady last night was talking about something like, well, he's disabled or something like that. He doesn't go into an office or whatever. Well, then go to the VA, get an exception for your disability. It's not that hard. It's legit that easy. Yep. And that's right. Tim Kaine did have that soundbite at Pete Hexeth's hearing. All right. So who do we got today? We got Mr. Venom. We got to put all together. Oh, by the way, if David Vaughn's still in the chat, I finished priming Toga. So she's probably going to be done one or two more streams. I'll start doing her. Yeah, and Pete Hexeth made it through. I mean, granted, you needed JD to come break tie, but that's another one of his picks knocked out. One of Trump's picks knocked out. Do you guys even know who Venom is? Like, just out of curiosity. I know I kind of gave it a roundabout last night with Devin. He caused carnage. He caused maximum carnage. So, Venom is actually a very odd and interesting story of how he came about. Back in the day, when Todd McFarlane was working for Marvel Comics, he wanted to come up with his own character to battle Spider-Man. And he wanted it, the only problem was they wouldn't let him just come up with something completely fresh because the last couple things that came up completely fresh had bombed. Yeah, he is kind of a bizarre Spider-Man. So what ended up happening was McFarlane had to figure out a way to create a new character that was creepy as shit. And if you've noticed, like, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Spawn, but he's got the same kind of color scheme, eyes, and everything that Spawn has, because that's what McFarlane originally wanted to do, was kind of like a Spawn character. But because they told him if you're going to do something original, it has to fit in with Spider-Man lore. It has to go into established canon. So what McFarlane did was he went back and looked at this old comic book series called Secret Wars that went, I want to say it was a 12-issue miniseries where they had, and it was really just made to sell toys. I'm not going to lie at all. That's what that series was made for. But Spider-Man and the Fantastic Four and a whole bunch of, like Doctor Doom, like villains, heroes, all end up on this planet and they're fighting against each other, what have you. In the process, Spider-Man in issue 8, Spider-Man and the Fantastic Four, a couple of the Fantastic Four, get their costumes destroyed. So they go into these like cylinders, like Reed Richards figures out the cylinder, well, hey, look, it produced a costume for me. So the Fantastic Four all line up and load into one cylinder, and Spider-Man goes into a different cylinder. He ends up with a black and white suit. After the events of Secret Wars and McFarlane taking over the run and all this, basically Spider-Man starts like acting weird, almost like if anybody's ever seen, the old Superman films with the red kryptonite, where he's waking up and he doesn't understand. He's like, man, I'm exhausted, like I didn't sleep, and then he'll read the newspaper like Spider-Man beats the shit out of like four criminals and like beat them half to death, and he's like, wait, I didn't even go out last night. What the fuck's going on? Starts losing time and starts getting more aggressive and angrier and everything else. And then he figures out that the suit can produce its own web, all this kind of stuff, can shrink and grow in the summertime. Winter, he makes a joke about it when he first puts the suit on. He's like, "Look, I got shorts in the winter now, or in the summer now," and like makes his suit shrink. Like it's like living and interacting with him. And he soon realizes that the suit is taking over him, and he's like slowly kind of being corrupted by it. And the suit is like bonding, trying to truly bond to him. So he, oh shit, I gotta find my fucking phone and turn that off. So basically, what ends up happening is he realizes he goes to Reed Richard and the Fantastic Four. They figure out that basically the thing reacts to sound waves. Sound is what damages it, like high intense sound waves. And he ends up getting the shit beat out, or like he ends up fighting the suit. The suit's like possessing him or whatever, and he gets up into I almost said clock tower, but it's actually a church tower, I believe. And like the ringing of the bell or whatever, he thinks he killed the suit. Like it comes off of him and it just goops down, and he thinks he killed the suit. He didn't. He just temporarily stunned it, but he doesn't know this. Well, Peter Parker had made an enemy back in the day in older comics, and his name was Eddie Brock. And Eddie Brock was about the same size as Peter Parker. He worked at Daily Bugle, just like Peter Parker, and he was selling J. Jonah Jameson pictures of Spider Man. The only problem is, not knowing that Peter Parker's Spider Man, he's selling these things to these photos to J. Jonah Jameson, and it turns out that he's full of shit. He's basically staging these photos with a fake Spider Man. And of course, Peter Parker, as Spider Man, goes and exposes him as a fraud and all that. J. Jonah Jameson fires him the whole 9 yards. Well, Venom shows up on the scene. Well, Eddie Brock actually shows up on the scene and like shows up at the house, kind of threatens Aunt May and all this. And Peter Parker, he's like, "Look, I know you're fucking Spider Man." Well, actually, Mary Jane was fucking Spider Man, but that Peter Parker is Spider Man. And he's like, "How does he know my secret? How does he know this?" And the way he's threatening Aunt May and all this. Enter Venom. That's when Venom shows up, the guy you got on the screen. Topher Grace did. Honestly, he wasn't terrible. It's just, I'll get into that, into things too, mister. But yeah, so what ends up happening is the suit, when it was discarded, found Eddie Brock basically living on the street, bonded with him over their hatred for Spider Man. And then Eddie Brock started working out like a monster, swole up like he's Macho Man Randy Savage, and then fucking bonded with the suit, and the suit enhances him even more. And then as time went, because Venom became very popular, he slowly turned from a super serious villain into a good guy. Stuff like this. But yeah, as Mister just said, Topher Grace did ruin it, because Spider-Man 3, the Sam Raimi, the original trilogy, had Spider-Man where he fought Green Goblin. Second one, he's fighting Doc Ock. The third one, he had to fight the Goblin, Sandman, and Venom. Sam Raimi didn't want Venom in that movie. He didn't like the character of Venom. He didn't like anything to do with Venom. But Sony told him he had to have Venom in that movie, so he shoehorned him in, and Topher Grace played Eddie Brock, and it's pretty shit. The more good guy version of Eddie Brock is actually portrayed in the the series Venom, like the movie Venom, Maximum Carnage, or Venom Carnage Cometh, or whatever the fuck the second one was called, which was terrible. But yeah, that's where that flipped over. But Venom, in his essence, was a villain, like originally, and then they went and they changed shit in his origin where they did. I want to say it's Ultimate Spider-Man. I'm not sure. I know it's an alternate universe Spider-Man, not like main Marvel. Like later on, where they wanted to redo the character, and he actually bound to a different person, and the Venom symbiote was actually created in a lab where they were trying to cure cancer. They were trying to find a cure for cancer and created the Venom symbiote in a lab. But the actual original Venom symbiote is from a different planet in the old Secret Wars comics. So comics, movies, cartoons, everybody has a different origin. The comics is always what I go by. But yeah, Venom, like everybody loved Venom when he came out. Like there wasn't a kid that I knew of that wasn't like, oh my god, he's the greatest thing ever. They do that shit, and then he was in everything. It would be like, oh, you're reading a Thor comic, and all of a sudden, guest starring Venom. They did the same shit in DC with Lobo when he first came on the scene. Wolverine, when the mutants really went big, he went everywhere. Just it seems standard that once something hits big in the comics, that's kind of the way they go with it. But he's got like he's got a killer instinct to him. And when Venom finally got captured, they locked him in jail. Well, Eddie Brock gets captured. They think they killed the symbiote suit again. The symbiote suit ends up showing up and breaking Eddie Brock out of jail. So what ends up happening is Eddie Brock's cellmate is a serial killer named Cletus Cassidy. And he's like, real creepy fuck. Had murdered, I can't remember how many people. But this is when they decided they were going to turn Venom into a good guy for the most part. Because the Venom suit comes and breaks Eddie Brock out. Well, when it does, it kills Cletus Cassidy, or they thought it did. A piece of the Venom symbiote suit breaks off and binds with Cletus Cassidy, and he becomes Carnage, a red symbiote. And Carnage went on a killing spree. Spider-Man and Venom had to team up to stop him. And that's the story arc called Maximum Carnage. And Cletus Cassidy, I want to say it was 57 people he killed before Spider-Man and Venom were able to stop him. I don't know about Los Lobos, but I can tell you that these old comic book reads were the bomb. Or as you would say, Mr. La Bamba. But yeah, Venom always, I've got his first appearance. I actually own all the comics. First appearance, first run, separation anxiety, like all the different arcs with Venom in them. And I'm still debating this. You guys can probably see it as I'm using this shiny shit on his suit. But you can see the veins that they put into the Venom symbiote. I'm debating painting those white. I don't know, but I heard Russian nationals died in the fucking plane crash last night, which makes me wonder. It makes me wonder because Trump said something about the with the plane crash last night when he was at the presser. What is going to be, like he's like, yeah, there was other countries involved and stuff like that on that plane. What exactly? Who was on that plane? Like, is this shit actually a conspiracy? Just dressed up like it's a fuck up? Not my eye, Danny. Don't you dare, bruv. They were ice skating coaches. That's what was on that plane. So they were ice skaters. I mean, it's a tragedy any which way you look at it, but I'm just curious if there's some other angle that we're not seeing. So this way I can go in the whole they're crashing planes now to keep the frogs gay. I mean, that does make sense. That's the other thing. When are we going to hear about the end of the Russia Ukraine war? I know it's been a week, but he said he'd have that shit done day one. Like, is he actually going to follow through on that shit? There is no way you're whining already, doggy. I might actually run him out real quick. I don't think he peed. He's been, my dog has been an extra asshole lately. I don't know if there's a full moon, an earthquake coming, what, but this dog has been off the chain lately. No pun intended. I'll leave the puns to Mister. That's what he's here for. He's our punny guy. Um, so the Tom Hardy movies, honestly, think they're kind of hot trash. I think if you're going by comic book standards, they're garbage, right? If you're going by standalone movies, the first one is serviceable. The second and third one are just awful, but at least they did try to introduce different symbiotes like Venom and kind of explain what Null was, which I didn't even get into Null and all that shit because that's way further out of the line that I was even reading that back in the comics, so I can't really speak 100% knowledgeable on Null. I just know he's like Lord of the Symbiotes. There's a whole planet ruled by symbiotes, and he's like their king. But Carnage, they went into, they didn't do it where it was, if they, if my problem is sometimes you got to stick to your source material. Sometimes your source material is the good shit, and it's why things get popular. Once you start deviating from it, your popularity goes down. You lose the hardcore fan, but not just that. To anybody who's new to it, they may have gone back and read the lore to begin with, and then it's like I want to see that translated on the big screen. Because you inspire somebody to go back. I had the same issue though with The Walking Dead. Like there's people that died on the show that never die in the comics. Looking at you, Carl, who made it to the very last issue. You know, certain things happen that you shake your damn head at. Like, why would you make this choice? Like, it made no sense. No sense at all. Game of Thrones is another one. And the first couple seasons, the reason why they're so good is because they're pretty close to the goddamn books. Some stuff's changed, not much. But then as they go and, what are their names? Dan and Dave. They took over fully and stopped listening to George R. R. Martin. The show slowly started to go downhill a bit, in my opinion. And then we got season 8, which is probably the shittiest ending to any series in the history of popular series that had shitty endings. Rock and Rolla, he was our Tom Hardy dude. There was a movie called I want to say The Warrior. I want to say that's what it was, where he's an MMA fighter. That one was serviceable. It wasn't. If you actually like MMA, it wasn't good, but it was like entertaining. He played a good part. He played a set of brothers, British brothers, and I can't remember what the hell the name of the movie was. Danny Boss would know. They're famous like British gangsters. This pair of brothers, and Tom Hardy was good in there. Give me 1 minute. Let me walk the puppy. I'll be right back, guys. Yeah, my dog is definitely off the chain. He's fucking nuts. Man, if I could toss one off that fast, I would go into the Guinness Book of Records. Yes, the Cray twins. Thank you, Danny. That's exactly what it was, and I can't remember what the name of the movie was. But yes, it was the Cray twins. And Tom Hardy plays both of them. And to be honest with you, you can tell where he kind of got the inspiration when he was playing Bane on Dark Knight. What was it? Dark Knight Return, not Returns. What the fuck was it? Rises. Oh yeah, dude. He got a big back. There you go. I'll leave that there just for you, Danny. I know you like that angle. Wait, wait. He three. I'm trying to think. A Western movie with Tom Hardy. I'm not sure what that one is. I mean, he's not a bad actor. He's just short. Like he's kind of tiny. Like Eddie Brock in the comics was fucking big. Like he was like 6'2", and then like I said, all he did was work out, like lift weights and everything else, because his whole thing was, to be perfect while in the Venom state, in the Venom symbiote, to wreck Spider-Man, because Spider-Man is exceptionally strong, even though he kind of acts like he's a little bit weaker, but he is actually exceptionally strong. As a matter of fact, it turned out that Spider-Man was always pulling his punches. So they did this arc, and it was called the Superior Spider-Man. And basically, long of the short, Doc Ock, Dr. Octopus, ends up taking over Spider-Man's body, possessing him. And Dr. Octopus is fighting the Scorpion, like, who's been juiced up to the nines with some kind of experimental drug. And Dr. Octopus is like, I'm just going to end this shit fast. I'm just going to punch him in the face. And he punches the Scorpion's jaw off, like breaks his entire jaw right off his face. And everybody is stunned and shocked. And Dr. Octopus realizes, like, holy shit, he was this strong the entire time. And he was always holding back. He never hit any of us that hard. He's like, I always thought he was hitting us as hard as he could. He wasn't hitting us near as hard as he could. Well, Bane in the comics is not an idiot either, Danny. Like in the comic books, Bane is very, very skilled. Like he's like a bounty hunter who goes after the most dangerous people. Like Bane's actually a serious badass in the comic books. He has a chemical called venom pumping into him that increases his strength exponentially. It's basically like steroids, like super steroids. And that's one of those things where later on you find out that Bane is from abusing venom the entire time. It basically like kills him, like makes him like weak and like an invalid. But in the future, that's kind of what happens to Bane. They don't really go real deep into it, but according to I can't remember if it was The Dark Knight Returns. I can't remember which comic book it was, but they go into Bane and he's like frail, weak, like real skinny, and his whole body like he's on life support constantly. Like he can barely breathe on his own because all his muscles are shot from abusing venom the entire time he was alive. But yeah, the green shit he pumped into himself was called venom. Um, they did and they didn't. Like I said, Bane was big and imposing, and like not gonna lie, when he turned on the thing and the venom went flowing through him, they didn't go into any of that in the Dark Knight Rises. Like the Christian Bale Batman movie, they didn't go into anything to even do with that shit. They just made it where he was kind of a badass and he served what Talia al Ghul. But reality is he like he was basically drug fueled. Like that's where most the bulk of his strength came from was the venom pumping through his veins. And like he he broke Batman's back in the comics. Like I have that issue too, which was just amazing when it happened. It was like holy shit. Like he beat the whole scene where in the movie where he's in the Batcave and he wrecks the Batcave and fucks Batman up and then breaks his back. That all happened in the comics. But he wasn't doing it for anybody, he was doing it for himself. Yeah, see, so that's just it. The Nolan films had more of a reality bite to them. You know what I mean? They didn't have that comic book over the top shit. Like Marvel is kind of guilty of the same thing, to be honest with you. Um, Marvel, that's one of those things where in a way it's kind of cool, but it completely deviates from shit that happens in the comic books because you can't get real fanciful with it. And then as time went, and honestly, I'm going to credit the whole thing to Guardians of the Galaxy. If Guardians of the Galaxy didn't do so well in the theater, and that's like the sixth or seventh iteration of that team, by the way, that you're seeing on the big screen. But if Guardians of the Galaxy set off in space and kind of like mystic powers and all this didn't hit big, it probably would have killed him and made him do everything more reality based. Now, he did not have a posh English accent in the comics. No, he actually had, I want to say it was Brazilian. I can't remember. It's a South American accent though. It was like Sangualo or some shit. I can't remember what country Bane was originally from, but it was South American. It was a South American accent. He was basically Hispanic. Or wait, according to the Democrats, aren't I supposed to call them Latinx or something like this now? Isn't that what's the proper nomenclature here, guys? What am I supposed to call them? But yeah, Bane, very clever and exceptionally brutal. But yes, he was South American. Latinx, Latinx, or is it Latinx? I don't know, but I'll tell you what. If I call up my buddy Eddie, who's Puerto Rican, and called him Latinx, he'd smack me in the mouth. I'll tell you that much. Guaranteed. He'd be like, "What the fuck are you on, dude?" The only Latinx I know of is fucking Ivan. He's definitely Latinx. Which, did I miss his call in last night? Did he call in at all? Yes, Bane sounded like Ivan, except for more up to date on like his politics. That's all. I am just gonna go black in here, heavy. Trying not to hit too much of the symbol. Wait, he hung up on ABL. ABL didn't hang up on him. I don't know. ABL's been not ABL himself, just his chat has been odd lately. Oh, I'm making what's going on, Stranded? I'm doing Venom from Spider-Man comics. Doing a whole statue of him. We're glossing them up now, getting them all shiny. Talking about like the different movies. Some of the movies, like Tom Hardy played him in the movie, so we were going into some of his stuff. Um, that kind of thing. Gave us brief history on Venom and where he came from and all that kind of fun stuff. But yeah, Marvel Comics basically Venom. I still feel like I should do his veins different. Like I should make him white, but I think that's more the movie version of Venom. Yeah, I don't. It's crazy because I don't ask you guys ever. Like, are you guys comic book nerds, movie buffs, stuff like this? I probably should ask that before I go on diatribes about shit. Like, oh yeah, this is Venom's whole backstory. Like, we didn't need it, dude. We already know you're a goof. I'll never be as goofy as Tim Kaine, though. Well, I mean, honestly, right now, I don't feel sad for Ivan at all because he still thinks he talks with such condescending in such a condescending tone to everybody. Well, specifically ABL because none of us are actually talking, but he's always so condescending, like he knows better than everybody around him whenever he calls in. Fuck that guy. That's where I'm at with it. Because, I don't know everything and I get ballsy sometimes in some of my opinions and or what have you. But somebody who does know more than me can slap me down. And I'm like, okay, I learned something. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm more of a DC guy. As I got older, I got more into DC than but when I was younger, it was all Marvel. Like, I mean, I screw people up when I talk about DC because they're like, "Who's your favorite character?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's probably either Atrocitus, Sinestro, or honestly, Mr. Mixelplex." And people look at me like I got six heads when I say Atrocitus, or if I say Mr. Mixelplex. They're like, I don't even know who the hell that character is. Matter of fact, funny enough, Mixelplex is what I called every one of the wizard characters I've ever played in a video game. All right, let's let that part dry out a bit. He's getting shiny. Look at both hands already. Yeah, they are coated. All right, cool. Got to get to this base in his head. And those are his teeth. I'll have to glue them in. You're being more empathetic. Why? Were you like mean to somebody and really hurt their feelings? Or, I mean, look, I've said shit. Shit's come out of my mouth where I know I've upset somebody and they don't like talking to me anymore. I get it. It's cool. It was my mouth running, my gums flapping. I did it. And I wasn't thinking. But at the same point in time, like, were you like mean all the time or just angry all the time, Danny? Haven't heard Mr. Mick. Dude, my wife, no lie stranded, is the queen of like those off brand side characters that you've never heard of. Like, I thought I was kind of like eclectic with some of my characters. She like I'll be talking to her and we'll get in an argument over comics and she'll be like, no, because back in Constantine number blah blah blah. I'm like, wait, Constantine? What the hell are we even talking about here? I had to look up Constantine. I was like, I've heard of him, but I didn't know all that much about him and like had to learn everything about him just to argue with my wife. But she had already known everything. She'll be like, oh, this one, that one, or the other one. She likes the real B characters, I guess you could call them. Yeah, that'll screw you up, Mister Mixelplex. No matter of fact, my wife and I got in an argument over the pronunciation of his name. And I was like, it's Middly Politics. And she's like, no, it's not. That's what Gilbert Godfrey called him because he couldn't say Mixelplex right. I was like, what? And like, we get in this whole argument. I showed the episode of back in the day, there was a show called The Adventures of Superman. I put on the episode and she's like, yeah, it's Gilbert Gottfried. He's already gone on record saying he could not say Mixelplex. So they had to change it to Middly Politics so he could fucking pronounce it right. And she was right. And I felt like an asshole. I mean, Danny, I just read what you wrote there. I mean, were you really like, were you getting in actual physical altercations all the time, or were you just pissed off all the time? Like when I was, well, no, I was younger than you when I was getting fist fights all the time. But you know, you can see some stuff from other people's points of view and be empathetic, but it doesn't make them any less assholes in some cases. Yeah, Zantana. She's cool. Her father, or wait, did you say Zantana or Zantara? Ah, you said Zantara. Okay, so Zantana's father. Yeah, like here you go. Here's one for you. Each room in my home is a different superhero. So I have one bathroom that's Aquaman, one that's Green Lantern. The little side bathroom is Superman. Um, I got the room I'm in now, the boneyard we call it, is actually my Joker room. It's got all my Joker shit in here, and my wife's office is all the DC pinups that they did, and then our dining area was converted over into like a little chill area, and it's all Justice League Dark characters. So it's got like Amethyst, um, Eclipso, Frankenstein, Agent of what the hell was he agent of? I can't remember. Agent of Sword, I want to say. Constantine, House of Mystery, Zantana, Zantara, Deadman. So it's actually like, yeah, we're nerds like that. The Venom should come out like, hopefully he coats nice. He looks like he's getting a nice shine to him the way I'm doing him. We'll see how the white goes on, and if it looks decent, I'm gonna hit that with. I want to say I have. I think it's a pearl essence that I'm gonna put over top of the white that goes on his cymbeline and everything, and we'll see what he looks like. Hopefully, he doesn't come out looking like shit. That'd be disappointing. I mean, he's not too bad because he's basically black and white. I just got to silver out the base, metallic it out. Yeah, you're cool. Send it over. Let me know, Danny. Dark Man is awesome. For one, Liam Neeson actually is Dark Man, which cracks me up to this day because I forgot all about that shit. Same thing when I watched an old movie called Krull, and Liam Neeson's in that. And in Darkwing Duck, I actually did a 3D print of him at one point in time. He didn't come out though because I would have painted him. And I'm not gonna lie at all. I probably wouldn't have made him Darkwing Duck when I started painting him. I would have made him Negaduck, Darkwing Duck's nemesis, Negaduck. I mean, you've got to love, like, dude, that old Disney. Disney used to be the shit when we were kids. They had done fucked that all up. No, that is not Damien's mother. No, Rachel Ghoul. It's Rasaul Ghoul. I want to say that's how you. I might have. It might not be AU. It may be AHL. But Ra's al Ghul and Talia al Ghul is actually Damien's mother. She slept with Bruce Wayne. he didn't get her knocked up. She basically just got genetic material from him and then engineered Damian Wayne. And then later on in the comics, when they killed Damian Wayne, they brought him back to life, of course, but they killed him at one point, and what killed him was actually they created clones of Damian Wayne. That's in Batman Incorporated, and that was in the New 52 run of the shit. Yeah. Zantana, she usually walks hand in hand with John Constantine. She says, like abracadabra, but she'll say it completely backwards in order to make the spell go. Like every spell she speaks, she has to say it backwards to make the spell happen. But she had she looks like a magician's assistant for the most part. Like Xantara had the top hat and all that. She wears that every now and again, but she had almost like a Playboy bunny kind of outfit going on with long gloves, magic wand. Yeah, Zantana. I don't I don't know how I feel about Dave Rubin. I'm not going to lie. Is he just granted now I'm not going to lie about this either. Cenk Uygur just recently kind of pulled the same shit as Dave Rubin did, and he lambasted Dave Rubin not long ago about it. Like Cenk was all about going off on Donald Trump. Now he's like, we need to just get along and all that. I don't know if it's because he read the tea leaves and saw that anybody that was kind of left wing news is like losing millions and millions of viewers or what. And yes, Chico Santana was better. Everybody loves Chico Santana. I'll never forget. Like WWE, I'm not going to lie, back in the 80s was kind of fucking racist. Like if you remember what Tito Santana's one gimmick was, it was uh it was the Matador. Like matter of fact, he wrestled WrestleMania as the Matador. I don't know if they were married. They definitely they're all usually portrayed as being in a relationship though. Stranded, yeah, yeah. John Constantine and Santana. I don't know. I'd like legitimately. I won't pull her in here for it, but if I ask my wife, she could break down the entire history of both those characters. Like I said, she's super nerd when it comes to those. Like, it comes to that character. Now, if you go into Green Lantern shit, that's more my lane. Like I painted the Green Lantern rings, the one stream, like all the different ones, except for the newest one that they did, which was goofy as shit. So I think they did a new Lantern ring for sadness, as far as emotional spectrum goes. Yeah, you're not wrong. Kamala, the fucking wrestler, the Ugandan giant. That's what he was known as. It was Kamala, and Kim Chi was his fucking handler. And yeah, you're not wrong. That was racist as fuck. Same thing with Hakeem the American Dream, who was once the one man gang. Like direct from Africa, Hakeem the American Dream, and or the African Dream, and it was a big fat white dude acting like he was black. I mean, no lie. If you really break down Dusty Rhodes, like his old promos and shit like that, he kind of talked like he was black and all that stuff, but he was beloved for it. Papa Shango, you know who Papa Shango was, right? Like what wrestler he is, like his last gimmick and all that, because Papa Shango failed so terribly, so they changed it over. Yes, comma and Good Father, or the Godfather. Well, Godfather and then the Good Father. But yeah, dude, because that's who he was. I can't remember his name. His last name I want to say is Wright. I can't remember his fucking name. But yeah, I've listened to him and like he legit was like a work bouncing at strip clubs or whatever. That was his actual real life. Same thing with another one that was a bouncer at a strip club before he got into wrestling and actually killed a guy in a fight. Like he threw the guy out of the bar and accidentally like the guy tried to attack him and he killed the guy by accident. Was Razor Ramon Scott Hall? He actually had ended somebody by accident, like involuntary manslaughter or what have you. And they say that's why he got so heavy into drinking and drugs and all that later on was because it fucked his head up. Was Krypton any good? I mean, when it comes to Superman lore, even though some of the seasons were completely unnecessary and the way they portrayed a lot of the villains were not very good, the best show I've seen yet when it comes to Superman lore was Smallville. And it was more a Superboy than Superman. I bet you could, mister. I bet you could. It looks like Danny Boss, I think, just sent something over on Discord. Let me go look at it. Let's see. Yep. Danny did send something over. All right. RIP headphone users. Hopefully this doesn't come through too loud.
Yeah, so I think it was I don't know if it was ABL's last live show. I think it was the one before that. Ivan called in, and ABL called me up pretty quickly, and yeah, he just sounded lost, and he just hung up the phone. I think that's the first time he's ever done that. Because usually they're arguing back and forth for like 5-6 minutes. Ivan's interrupting him. He brings up personal attacks. And but yeah, this time I kind of felt sorry for the guy. I'm not gonna lie. I just it used to really piss me off and make me quite emotional after his phone calls, but which is quite pathetic, really, isn't it? But yeah, but now I kind of just feel like hopefully the guy wakes up and he sees the light. I mean, we've all been wrong in life, and we're not perfect. But I guess we all wake up in our own way and in our own time, innit? And I'm just trying to be a bit more like that in other aspects of my life as well when it comes to other people's, political opinions and religious values. Because my thoughts on Islam and stuff like that. I can be quite volatile and aggressive towards people who uh, have that religion. But I'm just trying to be a bit more positive. I'm just trying to instead of being aggressive and volatile, I'm just trying to sort of be a bit more sympathetic, if you know what I mean, just a bit more empathetic, and yeah, because that's how you win people over. You don't really win people over by being aggressive and being intimidating. I mean, because that's what Islamists do. They bully and they intimidate, and they so yeah, that's all I kind of really meant, to be honest, Scam.
All right, so that makes sense. Um, it's like I will give you this little gem that it is good to look at stuff from other people's points of view. And yeah, it's good to, realize like so take Ivan for example. Right. Ivan, the big problem is when you have an arrogance about you like that, I don't feel bad for him at all, whatever comes, especially if he gets fucked up or he's wrong. He can repent all he wants. I'm not God. I'm not I'm not anybody holy or divine. I don't need to forgive you. I can just look at you and be like, yo, then you acted like a major asshole. You can say yes. I can choose to forgive you or not, or feel bad for you. I won't ever feel bad for him because he says some of the most jerk off things. He talks to ABL like he's a fucking retard. Like he does. He's like, oh, when maybe one day when you learn politics or whatever, it's like, dude, ABL is set in his ways. I'm not saying I agree with everything ABL says. I am going to say that, I'm not going to call Ivan stupid either because I can understand where he was lied to and may understand shit like that. But I'm not going to forgive him for it. And as far as like, Muslims or whatever other people's religions, you don't have to like them, but just respect them. Even if they don't respect yours, it just makes you better than them as a person, as a human being. Like now, I know I'm going to say a lot of the people in here are deep into Christianity, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I think you guys have that slogan of, forgiveness is divine or whatever. But I'm not divine, especially not the fat chick from the Pink Flamingos movie. But I'm not, and I'm flawed. I'm a flawed dude, and I don't forgive easy. I don't say I'm sorry easy either. If I did, if I said I'm sorry all the time to different people, it would lose its meaning fast. But when I fuck up, I fuck up. It is good though, Danny, that you are trying to be a better person. And like I tell my kids all the time, and not saying you're my kid, but like I would tell my kids all the time, be better than I am. You know, just be better. And if you feel better yourself by doing that, there's nothing wrong with it then. That's cool. I get it. Like sometimes you got to try different approaches, but it's kind of maybe it's because I'm an old man and I'm set in my ways where I've seen enough evil and enough good in this world, and I don't let I don't let shit like that ride, especially from people that are older. Yeah, and you know what? You're not wrong, Danny. You're not wrong. I'm going to agree with you, brother. You're not wrong. You need to be a little bit more compassionate to somebody, especially when it's clear that they've eaten paint chips and might have lived under high power lines as a child. Stranded, that's why I kind of don't do religion. That you got it in one because I looked at it from a point of view of why do I need like you got certain churches that will tithe people 10% or whatever. And that's great if you want to help your community and it makes you feel like a better person to give away some of your personal wealth. But then when you see the preacher show up in a brand new Escalade, rocking more ice than Antarctica around his neck, you know, and you're like, yeah, I wonder where my tithe is going, where my donations are going, stuff like that. That's an issue. And I'm not saying everybody's like that, but I've seen enough of them where I really believe that if you believe in God, you have your own personal relationship with Him, and you don't need to convert anybody else over to it. Or, I can understand speaking His word and preaching His name and stuff like that because you want to celebrate in it. But let people find their way to the same conclusion as you, you know? I've just seen too many goddamn hustlers in my time that do the same shit. Like too many actual hustlers that just they sucker people out of money that way. And I'm not saying it's all like that. I know there's some people that really do are really great people that really believe in what they're preaching. But in my opinion, that's few and far between. A lot of them want to preach at you instead of for you or preach about their God. Yeah, I think the smaller the church, a lot more intimate and everything else. Like, I'm not going to lie, if Devin was a preacher, I'd listen to her because, not just because I like her and enjoy her, but because she actually seems to, one, wholeheartedly believe, like, shit, you should open your own ministry with Danny Boss, Devin. Yeah, there you go. Not shouting catchy slogans or telling you about how different people are more valuable than others, how your money is needed to keep Jesus in your life. None of that shit's real. I mean, they shouldn't be, no lie, no, the church should not be bowing to a woke crowd, nor should they be bowing to any kind of political ideology, either side of it. They should be bowing their head to whatever God you're praying to or whatever avatar. So when I say avatar, I mean like if it's Jesus, it's Jesus. If it's the Prophet Muhammad, it's the Prophet Muhammad. They shouldn't be bowing to anything having to do with politics. If they do, you did the right thing. You get the hell away from them. You just leave them in your rear view because it's already flawed. Because the concept of God, and like I said, I'll just say this is my opinion, should be above such things because they're beyond such things. I know one of the things that always fucked me up was Catholics that, and I'm not saying like the whole religion, I'm saying Catholics that acted like they could do no wrong and then found out that their priests were diddling kids on the side. That's, at the very least, problematic. Very problematic. You're taking advantage of younger people that, you know, are having faith in you to guide them and show them the path of God, and you abused it. Makes you a double shit bag, in my opinion. Like to me, that is evil on a whole nother plane of existence. But like I said, that's not all Catholics. That's, you know what I mean. It's just there was an evil few in there, and yeah. I got a question too. right? Do you think part of the reason why people are shifting away from Christianity to like Islam or Muslim religions and stuff like this, because it seems like there is a shift towards the uh, an other ideology. Um, do you guys think part of that is because of stuff like that? Because of stuff like the Vatican, where they have their own fucking zip code, like basically they're their own country with their own police force and own rules and that kind of thing. And the average Christian sees that and it's just like, yeah, this is some bullshit. I don't know about new and hip. New and hip would be Scientology. People want more discipline and tradition. That makes sense. I know it's funny because I've had this kind of side discussion one time on Discord with Mister, where I think you're an atheist, aren't you, Mister? I've never heard Mister take the piss out of anybody's religion, and I believe he's an atheist, which is fine. Yeah, I mean, I can see people having to. Some people can't control themselves, which is why they get hooked on drugs and then find religion and get off of drugs. And it makes them a better person because they found some kind of structure in their life. I can agree with that, mister. I can see that. I do think that as people, I don't even think it's how we're raised. I think we can just see evil for what it is in a lot of cases. And doing good makes you feel better about yourself. I know a lot of people that were in the military that couldn't reinforce good behavior while they were in, let alone out. But, that's the same thing. So basically, mister, what you're saying is it's almost like guys who go to prison at a young age and are always in and out of jail and don't know how to function when they're out of jail. Is that what you're saying? Because I know a couple of them too, where like them being in jail is probably the best thing for them because they have some kind of structure in their life. They're told when to go to bed, when to scratch their ass and wind their watch. Yeah, you know what? And that's kind of where I'm at with things, mister. Like because I think that's the discussion we got into. I said I'm agnostic. And you're like, what the fuck do you mean by that? And then I explained it and you're like, no, then you're like me, you're an agnostic atheist or whatever. I just don't believe in any organized form of religion. I believe in a God that you form your own bond with them. And I also don't say anybody else's religion's wrong either. The only religions I'll say are wrong are like Scientology because it's clearly made up bullshit. Yeah, that's exactly what we discussed, Mister. And I looked it up after the fact, and I was like, oh, Mister's actually right. He's got a good point. You know what I mean? I was like, thank you. That was actually educational to me when we had that discussion. Because you're like, yeah, you can't just be an agnostic. It doesn't work that way. And then looking it up, you're right. So I'm right in the same boat with you, bud. But if you've heard my ghost stories, you'll understand why I feel the way I do about there actually being an afterlife and all that kind of shit. 'Cause- And, to me, I've already had it proven. And as I said in that episode, like, you don't have to believe me. You can think I'm full of shit and I'm making it up or whatever. It's just what happened, and I'm telling you. I don't care either way. See, like, so that I watched that show that you're talking about, I think. Didn't they have like Ben Shapiro on an episode? And then what's that one gay guy? The one that likes to watch his wife get banged out? Destiny, I think his name is. Then they have him on like an episode of that too, Danny. Yeah, mister. I subscribe more to the Boondock Saints reading of that. Exactly what you said. Don't steal, don't kill, don't hurt children. Just morals, my own internal code. But like I said, I can see it where some people they feel that divine hand, and if they equate it to Jesus, or a Christian God or what have you, nothing wrong with that. Maybe they see something that I don't see. That's all. They feel things I don't feel. Like, it's okay. It's cool. Because, if I'm in luck, then they'll pray for my soul and I'll get in heaven anyway, right? Yeah, never piss into a fan. It's just going to blow back on you. Never piss up a crooked stick. You're going to get wet. That kind of thing. That makes them a bitch. If you're a true atheist, true atheist, and you're believing it, everything you say, it shouldn't matter what religion it is. Like, if you're just a flat out atheist, like, there is no God, we just go into the dirt and that's the end of it, then you should be able to debate anybody and shoot holes through everything in their religious scripture, everything they believe in, the whole nine yards. If you won't do it for one group, then that just makes you a bitch. And it also makes you kind of wrong, because if you're talking the truth, you should never fear talking the truth. That's just my opinion. I mean, you got to remember, I'm on YouTube, and I've said shit in some of these things where, on some of my streams, where I was shocked. I was like, well, that's going to get me banned. That's going to get me thrown off. And YouTube just ignores me, either because I'm too small potatoes and nobody really gives a shit, um, or, it's just, well, this guy's just talking shit and whatever. People don't really care. One of the two. No, go ahead. Send away, Danny. You're fine. Yeah, if anybody else wants to send audio, please. You're more than welcome to. You guys know how to use the Discord, I'm sure. And that's what that shit's there for. I mean, I love hearing you guys contribute to the conversation and adding your voice to it. Doesn't always have to just be me speaking at you. By the way, shout out to Devin, always being cool. Give a shout out to Sheree for always being an amazing mod, regardless if it's here or on ABL. I'll always shout out Sheree, and I feel Devin should get a shout out too, because yeah, she kind of needs one every now and again. Just a reminder that eating popcorn in the background and listening to everything people say is important too. See, I kind of agree with you, Stranded, to an extent. The only thing is, I had no discipline as a kid. I did whatever the fuck I wanted. It almost led me to ruin a couple times in my life, but then I figured out my path on my own from trial and error and fucking up all the time. So I really think it comes down to the makeup of a person, like what's in their heart. You know, for a long time, I didn't know what my purpose actually was. And then as I got older, I realized what my purpose was. And it's kind of disappointing, but my purpose was to protect people that were weaker than me, especially the good ones, and make sure that evil doesn't hurt them. And funny enough, by using evil's own ways against it, I'm a good bad guy. That's the best way of putting it. I'm a guy. I am. I'm a good bad person. My moral compass is correct. My methods are not. Evil can be fun sometimes, but only the mischief is evil, not the, hey, I just did this, that, or the other thing to a small child kind of evil. That stuff's fucked up. But yeah, I had to realize, I came to that realization that I always protected the weak by implementing violent ways or making sure that they were shielded by any means necessary. Evil will always triumph because good is dumb. Yeah, but that's part of it. You have to figure out what your purpose is. Like you don't have to. Some people are going to wander forever. Well, not forever, just till the day they die, not knowing what their actual purpose was, you know? Part of what made me even start doing YouTube videos, like, because if you watch the original ones, are like YouTube videos before I got into cryptids, all that kind of stuff. Because I wanted to take it in a different direction, but it was just stories about me and my friends when we were younger and partying. And I figured people would find those tales entertaining, but also maybe take a lesson from them in certain ways. And that's just it. Like a lot of that stuff will get lost to history. Like when I die, there's nobody who's going to tell the tale of the time You know, we went to a party and me and my buddy Guido tore a sink out of the wall. Well, a toilet up, you know, threw it out, almost hit a cop on the head. Guido had to run through the fence on the backyard. Like stuff like this. Like, speaking of which, happy heavenly birthday, Guido. Today would have been your birthday, but you're still alive, buddy. I miss you every day, and I love you. Definitely, he helped form who I was when I was younger. My old videos, I look like a dancer from Jabberwockies. Nice, nice. I'll take it. Yeah, old videos. It's weird doing like when I was first trying to do videos because it was like shit. I had somebody who told me that I needed to hide my wedding ring, right? Like, oh well, you can't show people that you're married. Don't show your face because you're middle aged now. Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't do the other thing. And honestly, it was ass backwards. All that advice was just the most dipshit advice possible. I still don't really show my face on camera. I mean, I guess I could, but when you're painting stuff, why the fuck would you want to look at my retarded face like being like, I don't know how to do this, or I'm concentrating real hard now? No point, you know. But as far as like, you know, don't talk about this subject. Don't talk about, you know, like Trump or what he's doing, and don't talk about, and like I took that advice because I was like, yeah, I don't want to turn people off or upset anybody and all this. And now it's just kind of like, yeah, fuck it. I'm just going to be me, and people like it and watch it, or they're going to tell me to go fuck myself and not watch it. But I don't know how to be anything but me, unfortunately. Fortunately, unfortunately. And some of you guys seem to really like the fact that I'm just me. Wyatt Derp. Because we're talking about somebody, right, that has never been married. You know, like they thought that by me not explaining how I'm married and happily married at that, that you know what I mean? Like, well, then you're going to kill the girl interest because they know you're married and all this kind of shit. And but I'm not here for fuckery. Like, I'm not here to fuck around like that, you know? Like at first, I was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I guess," because they're afraid of being found out that you know somebody's going to show up at their house or something because of something they said on the internet. Like they're afraid of being canceled, and I'm like, "Motherfucker, you can't cancel me." Like I don't say anything that's I'm not espousing violence against anybody. I'll give you my opinion. I tell you it's my opinion. If you don't like my opinion, then you turn the channel and stop watching me. Like it's not that serious where he was afraid like a mob of people were going to show up and like murder me or some shit. Or I drop little breadcrumbs to who I am and where I'm at, but I got no fear of it. It's like, well, if you're going to come to get me, you better pack a lunch, sir. Devin, that's I don't know if that's comforting or not to me. Like the egotistical side of me wants to say that, you know, that's comforting, but then the other side of me is saying like, hey, yeah, what are you saying there? No, mister, but fingers do. Yeah, no. Fuck that. I don't even, as you guys know, anybody who's interactive with me, I don't fuck around like that at all. Not at all. I don't think it's I don't think it's right. You know, you lead somebody down a wrong path too. That's also not right. But yeah, you get some people that just want to step out. Both you guys are incorrigible. Jesus. And why is that? Is it because, to Sheree and Devin, is it because a good woman came and cleaned them up and made them look better and took care of them and fixed them up and all that? Or is it the challenge of the whole damn thing? Or is it because they have that confidence to them? I understood what you meant there, Stranded. I saw how you worded it and I read it and I was just thinking about it and I'm like, I think you meant to put a don't there. Yeah. I got you and I agree with you. 110%. And yes, you are not wrong, mister. Desperation is a stinky cologne. Yeah, I'm not responsible at all, though, Devin. Like, if anything, I'm like, you know, what, 49 going on like 16 or some shit. I definitely don't wear sweater vest and loafers. Yeah, see, like, but that's like saying, like, I'm stable. I'm not stable. I don't know. I think some guys, maybe that's the case, but others, not so much. You may think that, but what if they're scumbags that all they do is cheat on their spouse? I think it's more the challenge of, oh, can I get a married man to, do this, that, or the other? I mean, I can gladly say that I don't have that issue. But yeah, I think it's more the Mister line of desperation is a stinky cologne. I mean, could it also be, and maybe this is just me spitballing here, but women see a single guy on the internet and they're like, all he wants to do is like, 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 like desperation, or he's here for the hookup. Where the married man, it's like, nope, he's here for the long haul. Like he's in it to win it. No, 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 no. James Hetfield looks like his face has got chewed up. Like when he was younger, like he had bad acne or something. I don't have that problem. I look old. I look old, but kind of the same as I did in older pictures that I've shown you guys before. or shared with you guys before. Maybe if D, my buddy D, ever does find the time and actually does want to do the crossover and all that, maybe I'll show my face on camera then. Or maybe if I do a live stream with Alien, I might show my face. Damn, that was not supposed to go in that deep. That's not good. Clean that up. Stranded nailed it in like one. That and cargo pants. Like, I let my hair grow out long again because eventually I'm going to go bald and I'm going to have short hair for the rest of my life, whether I like it or not. So I let it grow out. Yeah, and you got it in like I'm not gonna lie, Stranded kind of nailed it. I am that kind of jeans and fucking t-shirt. That's all I got in my closet. I don't wear fucking suits, none of that shit. That's a Mister thing. Mister is either in sports gear, I'm guessing, like workout gear, or in a suit and tie. He's more of the. It's fucked up. Mister is a very responsible gentleman. And yet he still comes here to hang out, and that's why I like him. No, I would never wear combat fatigues or any of that shit and just a plain ass t-shirt. No, my shit always has a logo on it. Like, hold on, it'll come in upside down or whatever. But like right now, here's my t-shirt. Let me see. Can I actually get a? Move the right way. Like fucking Leatherface. Like 110% Leatherface. I don't wear plain t-shirts. Like I wear Stranded's not wrong. I have all kinds of different like a variety of t-shirts. I have a variety of hoodies. I wear cargo pants, so like khaki color cargo pants. No, it's not just that. I didn't serve in the military, so me doing it, like you wear fatigues like that. If you're a kid, it's one thing because maybe you want to be a soldier when you grow up, right? But unless you actually served, it's kind of a slap into the face of the guys who have to wear those fatigues every day until they're either retired from the military or in. Kind of disrespectful, I'm not going to lie. And that's one group we should never really disrespect is somebody who was a veteran or because they're willing to fight that shit that we weren't. Like I don't know. I almost went military at a young age, and then my uncle laid it out to me. He was in Vietnam for quite a few tours, and he said, don't go in unless you're ready to take ass kicking and bullshit as a way of life. Yeah, purse pants is a good way, but it holds my cell phones, my smokes, my wallet. If I'm working on stuff around the house, I'll hang like the drill in one pocket. I'll have the fucking hammer in another one, wrenches in another one. But yeah, I agree, Sheree. It is a perfect purse pants. That's a good way. Good way of describing it. But it's better than wearing one of those fanny pack things. Yeah, but and I've always been that way. It's always been like jeans, very very casual, very unassuming, just like normal dude. Don't give a shit about my fashion sense. None of that stuff. None of that matters to me. There's a point in time where I was like how Mister is, where I always cared about physique and stuff like that. And there's nothing wrong with that. You should want to make yourself presentable and healthy and all that. But I don't give a shit about any of that stuff anymore. I'm too old. I'm not chasing tail. I'm retired. I retired years and years and years and years and years ago, over a decade ago. Yep. Yeah, you're not wrong. The only thing fanny packs were good for was holding your weed when you were selling it. About it. Allegedly. Damn, that shit too dry. Place else I blew out on this. Yeah, I got a couple here. Dude, I've seen the Rocky movies. You got to remember, Danny, I grew up just outside Philadelphia. Rocky was like a requirement of life at one point. Um, and I will never go to a gym. I do what's known as redneck kung fu. That's what I do. Like I'll go out and my heavy bag is either a brick wall or a tree. I prefer a brick wall. It has a little bit more give to it. I'll hammer a 2x4 between a set of trees. That's my chin up bar. You want to lift weights? Then I'll go volunteer at one of the farms down here to throw their hay. Like, redneck kung fu. Fucking, I think there's a wrestler that fucking says he does redneck kung fu. I can't remember which one though. Actually, no, it's one of the Briscoe brothers, the one that's still alive. Jay Briscoe, I want to say. Redneck kung fu. I don't know karate. I know crazy. No, there was a point in time where I never went to the gym or anything like that. But I used to work out constantly, um, push up, sit ups, like real fast. I was always lean and lanky. I've never been bulky, and I never wanted to be bulky because the whole thing was I liked speed and endurance. I was always built for speed and endurance. And then from your speed came, if you could get your snap down, that's where you'd get the power. Think of it like when you're throwing a punch, like cracking a whip. If you can throw the punch fast enough and snap it at the end, it cracks just like a whip, and you can knock somebody fucking flat on their ass with it. Now, my buddy Guido, 6'3", I think the smallest I've ever seen him was 310 pounds. That dude would hit you, it would be like a leg coming at your head. Like his arm was like a leg, and he'd hit you, and it didn't matter if you blocked it, he'd knock you back like 3 steps. And we always had this theory between the two of us Speed will always beat power unless power connects. I can land 2 dozen hits on somebody, and if they're way bigger than me and a lot stronger, they land that one hit, it's knocking me on my ass. Like, have you ever been in a knockout drag out fight, Danny? Just curious. Yeah, see, like that's where I was at. I was like I said, built for speed and endurance. I was always like lanky but toned. I didn't have muscles on top of muscles. And I mean, to each their own. Some people like the muscles on top of muscles. Like, I mean, it's crazy. I definitely got dad bod now and all that kind of shit. I gotta be gentle as fuck going in on these fucking spider legs off him. Yeah, a lot of people train like Muay Thai and stuff like that. Jiu-Jitsu is actually the big winner in modern day. Seems like being able to take somebody twice your size down and choke them out. Same way, like I knew kids back when I was younger that were like state champion wrestlers or whatever. Actually, that was one of the funniest fights. My one buddy Murphy got in a fight with my other buddy Jake, and Jake was state champion wrestler. Uh, and like Murphy was just like street brawling him, and Murphy was doing all right. Right up until Jake wrapped his waist and just suplexed him right on the fucking street, and everybody was like, "Oh, this fight's over," and that was the end of the fight. Like he got suplexed on the street, like he stopped moving. Yeah, things. I don't know. You know what? Here's the thing. You have a Trump effect going on right now, right? And like, I'm not gonna lie. Shout out to I what's his name? Mile, whatever, down in Argentina. Good on that motherfucker because he like even though Trump had left or whatever, he followed Trump's example and kind of brought that shit back to Argentina. Now, if you guys in the UK have anybody that can bring it back over there like that, or light that fuse and get it going, man, you guys might be all right. But it's a matter of having the right person. Danny Penny, dude. You know, got like the whole thing. Him having to even go to court for that shit was ridiculous. He shouldn't even have had to go to court. Like I get it, you know, but a guy lost his life and that's tragic. But why was that guy allowed to, you know, do that kind of shit and terrorize people on a subway, like to begin with? That's the tragedy. That people just looked the other way so much that you had, I think it was, wasn't it in Philly that you had some girl where she literally got like was getting raped or something on a train and like they filmed it but didn't like people just stood by and watched or whatever and nobody helped her. Like what the fuck? Like what kind of man are you if you could sit there and let that happen in front of you? Wasn't like it was like 12 guys in a gang that were going to, you know, end you right then and there. It was one dude that you probably could have caught completely off guard, knocked the shit out of him, held him there and just, you know, till the authorities arrived. Like what the fuck? I don't know. Goes back to that whole thing with Trump. Like I said, that look on his face told me all I needed. I was like, oh yeah, he's getting them all out. He listened to this mother's story, and just the look on his face afterwards, like it hit him as a man and a parent. Yeah, but I mean, look, there's some fights that aren't yours too, because I've definitely seen some shit where you know you don't get involved in it because the other party was at fault big time. But when it's somebody who's just minding their own damn business, that's a kind of a different story. I'm gonna have to walk my damn dog again. Whining again. Yeah, I mean it is the truth though. All evil needs is for good people to do nothing. But yeah, you would think they should have given good old Danny Penny there key to the city, not a fucking legal bill. Yeah, the problem is, Danny, right? That's one thing, okay? What you're talking about. What I'm talking about is I've straight seen like a woman get in a guy's face and punch him like 4 or 5 times. And he doesn't even swing back. He might push her down or something. You know, are you going to get involved then? You know, like that. It, like Mister just said, sometimes it's not my not my not my zoo, not my circus, not my monkeys. Like most cops get jacked up the worst on domestic phone calls. Like sometimes there is, well, you got to remember too, with Danny Penny, for example, right? Like all that stuff happened. He wasn't the only one who put his hands on that dude. There was two other people helping him. How come they didn't get charged? That's where I'm saying like sometimes that shit's messed up big time. Give me 1 minute. Let me walk my dog so he stops whimpering. He's whining in the background. I'll be right back. Yeah, but so the whole thing is, all right, you guys just mentioned because of their race or their skin color, right? The whole thing is it because they didn't choke the guy and only Danny Penny did? Like, was it their actions or was it identity politics? Damn, tip dried on this brush. Okay, yes, you can let a woman hit the hell out of you too, Danny, right? That's fine. I've never struck a woman, even though I've gotten punched, I've gotten kicked, everything else. But I will block like a motherfucker. I will let you just punch me in like just put one hand up or one arm up and let you punch me in the forearm and it stings. Might make you stop punching me, but I won't put my hands back on you. It's just not my style. Besides, I can take a pretty good ass weapon. It's the one good thing about when you lose, you learn how to take an ass whooping. And in this world, everybody takes an ass whooping every now and again. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see that. So then what's changed? Copper penny. Jesus Christ. Looking back through logs of chat. Man, anybody tuning in's got to think I'm fucking nuts. Cause I I've just walked dogs. So I came back in, and like Chad had scrolled, so I had to scroll up a little bit to see what you guys were talking about. And it's like I answered the newest stuff first, and then went back and said something about the older stuff later. And it seems like if you don't see the chat on the screen, then I'm nuts, and I'm just like saying stuff off the cuff and out of order for no goddamn reason. I think Derek Chauvin's going to be let out. I think it's going to be done quietly too. I think they filed a motion of appeal in light of new evidence that shows that it wasn't from him being held in that chokehold. It's from him overdosing on the drugs. And I think if that evidence comes out and you get the right judge, it's been long enough now where people aren't all up in arms over the whole thing anymore. And, like a lot of the video evidence and all that is faded, and it's faded from memory. And I think that Eric Chauvin gets out of jail. I don't think he's going to live a very good life after he gets out of jail, but I think they're going to acquit him. I think we're going to see it. I mean, the big factor for me was why I think he should be in jail is simply because at this point, the evidence we have on file is the coroner saying that it was from the knee on the neck and all that stuff that ended George Floyd's life. If you can discount that or prove that different, what 2019? I think it was 2019 when all that shit broke free. Definitely during Trump's first run. I think it was it 20 summer 2020 or 2019? Yeah, 2020. I couldn't remember. I between that and COVID, it all runs together. What? I need to do this. hate doing this, but I gotta do this. As my paint dried out a little bit on top, so I'm barely getting any on the tip of the brush. So now I can mix in water if it starts to dry a bit. Pain in the ass. Shit, I got one of Mister's messages not showing up again. What the fuck? What did you say? You know it was all a big show because the day of the George Floyd verdict was the same day they released J6 Cop. Died from natural causes, despite being held in state at the Capitol by Joe. Really? Uh, is it do you think that's honest or what, Devin? I mean, you got plenty of people who say shit like that, like, "Oh, I talked to so and so and all this," because everybody wants to know somebody famous. Because I mean, that is kind of fucking crazy. Like, I would think that would be the last thing that you would vocalize where somebody else could even hear you. Especially when there's a possibility of you getting out soon, you know? 'Cause I don't know. All right, mister, we'll see you in a few. I'll still probably be painting. These lines are a lot more painful than I thought. Devin, that's not nice, Devin. That's kind of mean. Oh shit. Devon's on fire tonight. My goodness. Devon just throwing that beating. Devon's always so quiet and polite and nice. And this is why. She's not eating popcorn. She can just let her hair down. Everybody else, you might as well be wearing a target. She's going to blast you. Have a good night, Stranded. Thank you for dropping in. Good to see you again. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. Have you, though? Have you really? If you're telling the truth, is it a sin? You know, you got to look at things through that kind of scope. Like when Donald Trump says Adam Schiff is an asshole with a watermelon head, is he wrong? I mean, you know, he's telling you the truth. He's just pointing out the obvious and stating it. That's okay. I'll take the death threat. Won't be my first, won't be my last. Yeah, oh yeah. Trump just goes off the cuff. I think that's what fucks everybody up about him. Like they don't know how to contain it. Like when Trump's just like Adam Schiff with that pencil neck and that giant watermelon head, you're like, oh my god. I think there's something going on right now with Putin, China, all that stuff in the background where Trump's not talking about China so much because he's trying to work deals. I think that's why he's been kind of quiet about all that kind of stuff. Like, you don't want him going. The last thing you would want if they're negotiating a trade deal right now with China where it's fair is Trump turning around and going, that Xi Jinping, that Winnie Pooh looking motherfucker. Like, that's going to just kill that deal real quick. Although, I don't know if you guys watched that shit today when he was talking about, like, he was talking about the airplane and the helicopter crash in D.C. in the Potomac or Potomac. And out of nowhere, he was like, yeah, the Democrats with this DEI, They pitched it like it was a very important thing, but it's all just bullshit. And like Trump just flat out said bullshit at the fucking like as president of the United States on national television. It was great. Yeah, you saw that, Sheree? That shit was hysterical. I was like, wait, did he just say bullshit? I was like, oh my god. I was like, this is perfect. Pretty soon I'll be able to market my shit to kids. Like Trump keeps his language up. Be like, well, the president of the United States talks like that. I'm trying to figure out where that just went wrong. Oh, it does come up like that. Okay. I thought I screwed up that line. I think Barron is going to run for president one day. I think he is studying everything as he goes. And I'm not going to lie, the campaign is going to be phenomenal. Like, just the campaign ads for Barron Trump will be like, this is me as a little kid in the White House. I grew up here. I know what I'm doing. I know what my father did and why he did it. Like, it's going to be a inspirational kind of story. Oh yeah, Sheree, 110%. If it had not been for Barron Trump, Donald Trump might not have gotten reelected. That $1.5 billion might have beat him. Barron Trump told him exactly which podcast to go on, which TikTok shit to do, the whole 9 yards. No, what did he say to Biden? Barron or Donald Trump? I mean, Donald Trump was sitting there just talking shit at the inauguration, and Joe Biden's just right there. I was like, God damn. Now, there you go. Good way of saying it, Sheree. Spill the entire pot right on the ground. I want to hear this. When did he say it's on, though? Like when? At the inauguration? Oh shit. Hmm. Who do you guys think the smartest person out of that Biden administration was? They don't call them nappies over here. They call them, if they're adult diapers, they're known as grampers. I think the smartest person in the entire Biden administration was Jen Psaki because she realized what was going on and got the fuck out and got like a multi-million-dollar contract with MSNBC. She's like, "Oh yeah, this is going to be a shit show. MSNBC is offering me 2 million a year. I'm going to take that and get the fuck right on out of here." It's not a see, like for babies, they're called Pampers. For elderly people, they're called Grampers. Hopefully, this black's still wet enough where I can get. Fix those couple little spots real quick. Yeah, you got to remember, working in the Walgreens, one of the things we had to stock all the time were adult diapers. And I mean, I'm not, look, that shit can happen to any of us. The one thing I can say with all certainty at my age is getting old sucks. Don Imus. Jesus, I haven't heard that name in years. God damn it. Don Imus. Didn't Howard Stern like? I can't remember. I know Howard Stern hated Imus too, but I remember Howard Stern doing something with him when he got sick. Like, it was fucked up. That's all I remember. Which Howard Stern is a tragedy. He used to be hysterical right up until he could cuss. Seemed like once he went to XM and could actually like swear on the air, his show got shittier. Like he had to be more clever when he wasn't able to talk shit. Yeah, I think you're right about Twitter being better when it had less characters. I'll tell you something else. I like Elon Musk. I think he's a smart guy and all that. I also think he's a very strange fucker. Yeah, what? One word at a time. Well, you know what? Joe Biden needed that for his foreign policy. All he would type is "don't" over and over again. Just don't. By the way, guys, I know we all love ABL and all that. Wish him nothing but the best. But I'm not gonna lie. Do you guys subscribe to Black Anomaly Rising? Have a good night, Danny. Thank you for dropping by, brother. Appreciate the hell out of you. I don't. Black Anomaly Rising has been like on point lately with news. Like he like has been ahead of the curve for some reason. Like something happens, he has like a video out like 20 minutes later. Weird. I don't know why he doesn't do a live stream, but yes, there's more than just ABL, Candace Owens, and Brandon Tatum. Actually, to tell you the truth, I remember, what was the dude's name? I think his name's The Amazing Lucas. Was one I used to watch way back when. That was during the whole Vic Mignogna thing scandal that had happened when Vic Mignogna got Me Too'd. He was a voice actor for like Goku on Dragon Ball and stuff like that. And then he went to just dog shit. Right around George Floyd, to be honest with you. Like Amazing Lucas was a fake it till you make it type. And then the mask came off. Shame, really. It was interesting. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo. I will poop on it. I mean, it's interesting. Now I sound like, what should I call it, the insult dog. Then you got people saying I sound like a DJ for a jazz station. That one always cracks me up. You sound like a DJ for a jazz station. Oh, oh shit! I'm not tooting right now. You'd be able to smell it over the microphone. Pain in the ass line work. Fortunately, this one's for me, so if I botch it, I'm the only one who's got to deal with it. Dude, it's not just so much feels like it's happened since then. So we just had a plane crash, all that stuff, right? Look at everything else. Like, since Trump has taken office, 10 days has felt like 5 years worth of news cycle. Like, there's so much shit happening. It's like boom, 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 boom. It's happening very fast. It's almost to a point now where, unless you're just living on a news cycle, you're not going to catch everything. Like, not everything you want to know about is going to get covered. Like, it's just, you got to watch like four different channels because the people making the content can't even keep up with it. Yeah, it's not just Trump either. It's everything going on with his nominations. It's all the rest of the just regular ass world news. Like, here you go. Haiti, or not Haiti, Colombia says we're not taking these people back, blah, 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 blah. Trump immediately goes, we're going to put a 25% tariff on your country then. And it was like an hour later, the shit was all resolved. Like, that would have been like 6 months in the Joe Biden world, you know? Like, in that news cycle. Like, this shit's like, oh, instant. Oh, you're going to say that? Okay, instant result. Here you go. Here's your instant result. What do we got now? Like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, it's just happening so fast. That whole shit lasted not even 24 hours. That whole argument. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Like, and it always comes to my mind, like, how come they couldn't do this last time? Like, how is it that you can kill off the entire, like tens of thousands of people, bum rushing the border, knocking down fences, everything else? Trump gets in there, and then within like a week, there's nobody even there. Like, people are like, oh, I ain't even gonna try and cross into America now. Like, what? Like, what in the hell? Like, how do you work so fast with such a good effect too? I swear to God, I feel like I'm watching Mike Tyson's boxing career being replayed because the fights are over that quick. Yeah, I don't like calling Trump daddy either. I think it's more like the boss is back. Like, the boss is back, he's in control, and he's just not even fucking around. Like, he just came back in with a mandate to fire everybody. Like, I can't remember, wasn't it? I want to say it was The Dark Knight, but at the beginning of the movie, you see the bat signal up in the sky, and the guy's like trying to sell somebody some drugs through a car window, and he looks up in the sky, sees the bat symbol, he's like, "Not tonight, man, not tonight," and runs off. That's what I feel like is going on. Damn, Devin's gotten sassy. I mean, the world's been screwed up ever since the Great Reset didn't happen, because the aliens came down and stopped it. I thought the Selena Gomez crying thing was hysterical too, by the way, guys. Because all I could think was, we're not seeing them go into schools and parade a whole classroom full of kids out and put them on a plane. We're watching rapists, murderers, and like drug traffickers, like child child killers, all this kind of stuff getting escorted out, and you're crying for them. Like, what the fuck? Like, all I could think when she's like, I didn't do enough for you and all this, I'm like, it's not Schindler's List. What the fuck? Like, I didn't do enough for you. All I've got is like this pile of $1.5 billion laying around. I couldn't like expedite anything to get you to stay in the country longer. Like, what the hell's wrong with you, girl? But everybody, outrage worked before in the past. That shit doesn't work now. People are like, oh no, fuck that, you're out. Yeah, you ain't getting me with that. You got me last time. Yeah, she could definitely change lives. Do free concerts, donate all that money to lawyers that are immigration lawyers that are ensuring that children stay in the country. There you go. You used your wealth for good. You used your star power for good. But nope, nope, nope. Because the shit really doesn't affect you. I mean, I'm sure she's got a mansion with multiple rooms. So, like, let's say she has 10 rooms in her mansion. She only uses like three of them, really. So, why not give the other seven to unhoused migrants? How about that? Not even illegal ones, just regular ones. Set up a private school right on the Mexican border, right? That teaches children how to read English so that they can assimilate better into American life. How about that? That'd cost you maybe $1 million a year to run. You make that. You make that hands down without even batting an eyelash. There's plenty of shit you can do when you're rich. But none of these things ever occur to these motherfuckers. No, no, no. As long as they don't have to live with it and you do because you don't have the wealth they have, well, then, suck it up and deal. Same thing with that asshole in Chicago, Brandon Johnson. Like, legitimately, okay, that's the way you feel. We're going to remove your security detail and you're going to go live with these illegal immigrants in their shelter, and that's where your office is going to be set up now. Let's see how much of a sanctuary city you want after that, you fucking jerk off. And here's the deal. They're not allowed to tell you if they're Trinidad or Ragua or where they're from. You have to just go live with them and set up your office there. How about we do that? Hey, JB Pritzker, you fat sloppy bitch. How about you fucking like you move them all onto your property, all of them, and then you got to feed them, clothe them, house them, everything else. How about you do that? You got billions. You come from a rich family. Maybe you can eat a salad once in a while, you fat piece of shit. How about that? But nope. Why should you sacrifice? Everybody else should. That off the charts hypocrisy pisses me off to no end. You know. Hey Nancy Pelosi, how about you move these people that, everything's so fine and going well for you. Looking at your stock portfolio, you're worth like a ridiculous sum of money. How about you foot the bill for a while? Specifically just you. You can cover somebody who's making 20 grand a year and trying to raise 3 kids on their own in the ghetto. How about you cover all these expenses and you pay their taxes for them? I'd love to see it. Yeah, the ladies on the View, same thing. Like, what's the one chick? She's Puerto Rican, but actually it pretends like she's black when it's convenient. I can't remember her name. I don't think she can move anybody into her house. I mean, that place is going to be crawling with people proving her husband to be the fraud that he is by defrauding insurance companies, allegedly. So that'll be interesting. That was something that people got, like the news tried to freak out on and then got shut down immediately with. And I don't know if you guys saw this. Trump froze not SNAP programs, not Medicaid, Medicare, none of this stuff, Social Security, none of this, but he froze extra spending because what they were doing was the NGOs were taking this government funding that they were getting and then basically giving it to illegal migrants or illegal immigrants. Yeah, Sunny Hostin, that's her name. Puerto Rican wannabe Janet Jackson. Like, fuck that bitch all the way. Yeah, and that's just it. A lot of this stuff is all about control. I still think the best description of Donald Trump came from Dennis Quaid when he said, Trump's an asshole, but he's our asshole. Because, not going to lie, Trump is kind of a draft dodging piece of shit in that way. But at least he's even handed with everything, and it's just like, oh yeah, why should, people that are less fortunate have to pay for this shit? Like, same thing with what's his name, Don Jr. I got my own gripes with him for going to Africa and shooting lions and stuff. I fucking hate all big game hunters like that, because there's so few lions, tigers, elephants, all that in the world anymore. Rhinos, because people wanted to prove that they have giant balls by shooting big animals. And you know, but he said it best. He was like, "Yeah, I knew there was an issue when I grew up. I have no no lies told about who I am, being the son of a billionaire, growing up in Trump Tower, all this kind of stuff, living the life of wealth and privilege, and I go out to buy it, and see the price on the eggs, and I'm like, oh yeah, we won this election. He's 100% not wrong. He's like, if I'm seeing it, then the normal American people are definitely seeing it. See, but they're not rhinos. I think I've said this before, haven't I? Republican in name only, right? No, no, no. Trump's actually the rhino because he's not a Republican. He's a populist. Republicans are. It's really, it comes down to establishment and anti-establishment. Those are basically your two lanes now. Because I mean, look at somebody like John Fetterman, right? He isn't. Everybody was like, oh, he's progressive. He's this, that, and the other thing. But honestly, he's more like just a natural, normal ass Democrat. And he's got brain damage. Like, Jesus. Sonny's personality wouldn't help her on a subway. All the people on The View, like, I mean, they're just like miserable with life. I swear to God, people tune in just to see what they're going to say next, to see what they're flipping out over so they can laugh at them. And I don't understand, why is it called The View? Like, why is the show called The View? Because they can't view anything with their head so far up their ass like that. No. Well, that's part of the problem that Democrats have run into. If you don't agree with one part of whatever they're saying, then you're ostracized and you're a Nazi or you're on the others. You're doing wrong. Think, in the words of George Orwell, you know, and it's like no, you're allowed to have divergent thought. Like you shouldn't have to move in lockstep with everything. I mean, look, it's worked out to the benefit of Trump because how did he get Tulsi Gabbard? How did he get RFK Jr.? How did he get, these people that normally would have stayed on the Democrat side? Democrats their entire career. How do you get them? Because you disagreed with one point and they fucking treated you like you were the gay cousin. Like, just threw you out of the family, sent you to the cornfield. And I'm not going to lie at all. It kind of works to the Republicans' advantage. Democrats don't figure out why they lost an election. They think it was, oh, it was this, it was messaging on that. If they don't actually come to terms with, hey, the American public thinks we're assholes, then they can't fix it. They can't reverse course. And they're just going to flounder. And to be honest with you, Republican control is going to grow. So if you are like staunchly a Republican, you should be happy that they can't figure shit out. I'm not. I want stalemate. Sheree, I would pay for you to go on The View and just do that. That would be epic. They wouldn't let you do that though. You'd be escorted out so goddamn quick. You'd be out like Joe Biden at the end of one of his press conferences. You'd just be like, phew, gone. They boot you out like the fat kid in dodgeball. Ooh, that needs more paint. So does that one. Yeah, I like that's just it. They're not going to even like imagine is somebody shows up and is like booing at the stuff they want you to clap at and stuff like that. They're going to just stop the tape and be like, "Okay, you got to go because obviously you're just here to stir the shit." It's the same way I thought about it. I was like, if ever I had to sit before Congress and they were asking me questions like they asked some of these guys like Pete Hegseth or, like any of these nominees, like some of the shit Dems are saying, like Adam Schiff opened his mouth with Pam Bondi, for example, right? I'd have been like, look, you fucking waterhead melon, or watermelon headed fuck. Let me explain something to you. One, and just go the fuck off on them and be like, look, I didn't get censured by Congress. There's a reason why you had to fail and become a senator. Like I would be getting arrested in Congress if I ever had to go testify about something because I just literally would be unloading. Like I would not take abuse from those people. I'd be like, look, you fucking jerk off, you putz. Dude, are you talking about that rapper thing that ABL showed last night? I don't understand why can't I get in the car? Because you can't fit in the car. You look like you ate my car, bitch. Bye, bitch. Call a different Uber. That one. Yeah, that was just ridiculous. Like, if you can't figure that shit out for yourself, why? Because you know that guy was just he saw her and he was just like, yeah, my shocks are gonna be gone if I drive this woman. Like, I'll need a new car. There's just no way. Like, she literally fell into the category of morbidly obese. Like, embarrassing. Well, I don't understand. Someone say steak. Like, that woman didn't need an Uber. She needed a team of oxen to pull her ass. That's the thing. I mean, I can understand there are certain people in this world. They can't help it. She did not seem like one of those type people to me. Kind of like on South Park when they were going off on Lizzo. Same thing. And Lizzo was like, "What the fuck?" Have a good night, mister. Thanks for jumping in, brother. Appreciate the hell out of you. It's always good to see you. Dear Lord, I was not expecting this line work to be this much of a pain in the ass. What is it down to? Who's all still around? Is it just me, Sheree, Devin, maybe six? Six might be out there somewhere. Although I didn't see six last night. Jesus Christ, really, Devin? That's that's uplifting, I guess. What the fuck? I mean, I guess you get to hear all kinds of fucking twisted tales of criminality, huh? You haven't seen anything this brutal yet. Like that vicious? Really? Personal as in you relate to it, or personal as in like dude was extra vicious with her? Yeah, I'm sorry. That's kind of the same with me, Sheree. Like I don't know if I could. I can't be around that. Like I would just lose it. See something. You. I'm gonna just get on the brush. Because you can relate directly to it. Like, and I'm not saying like you have personal experience with it, but it's basically somebody powerless, a woman, right? And they fought, even if they fought and fought and fought, there was nothing they could do. You know, you can picture yourself in that situation and it doesn't sit well with you. No. You would know it if you had ever been through it, I'm sure. Unless somebody got you with a hot Cosby, I'm going to say, yeah, you'd probably know. there has got to get blackened up. You ran away during deliverance. I've never heard dueling banjos and not freaked out. One leg was looking flat. Let me see if I lined up that spider right. I think I did. Oh yeah, I think I lined that up just right. All right, what's left? I think all we got left is head and teeth, right? When who the hell's Fatty? Oh God, A Clockwork Orange. Yeah, that's a brutal scene. Honestly, there is one with Monica Bellucci, and I'm trying to remember the name of the damn movie. And if that kind of stuff fucks you up, do not watch it. I can't remember what the hell the name of the movie was. But I mean, it is fucking brutal. Like the scene in it is just extra brutal. Where when you see it, you can't unsee it. You can't unring that bell, as they say. Yeah, yeah, that's right. I forgot that happens in that in Clockwork Orange. Oh, I didn't coat this one. Shit. I swear to God I painted the head. Bambi. Oh, jeez. Bambi's touching in a different way, though, and that's because everybody has a mom, and you're just like, damn, you bastards, you killed Bambi's mom. I think it's because everybody has to bury, like the right chain of life. You got to bury your parents, and it just hits that note with you when you're a kid because you're like, your parents are never going to die; they're going to live forever. I always had the one that always screwed me up was Old Yeller. When I was young, I was like, oh my god, because it's fucked up. Like Old Yeller, like saved his ass, and he had to go take Old Yeller behind the shed, like Joe Biden, and put him down. I still think one of the things that cracks me up the most about Joe Biden is he actually thought he could beat Trump. And then they showed him polling that he lost like 49 states or something. Yeah, Old Yeller. Disney movies, Disney's always had a thing about killing parents off for some reason. It's always the parents that buy the farm in Disney movies. I don't know what the deal exactly is with that, but yeah. Oh, damn it. Try and reconstitute this paint before it gets all lumpy. Jesus. Yeah, like when you said that, I was thinking you meant a different old Joe. But yeah, now I kind of know what you're talking about. I wonder if Joe Biden had run in 2016 instead of Hillary Clinton, do you guys think he would have won that election? Oh, well, I got these. I might as well just knock this out real quick. At least knock the white out on him. Still gonna gotta get in there with the pink or the red or whatever for his mouth. Yeah, that's just it. You know, Kamala losing, no big shock. Biden winning was a bigger shock than anything else, I think, in 2020. But I also think it's because they kept promising that everything would go back to normal as far as like news cycles, and we won't have to deal with this, we won't have to deal with that. And they really, and then so they threw Joe Biden in. And then now that everybody can contrast like what it was like under Trump and what it was like under Biden, I really think that's why Trump won this time out. 110%, like flipped a lot of the vote because they were like, look, you guys told us he was fucking dog shit. Everything go back to normal, and everything got much, much worse. Like, we would rather deal with Trump's bullshit than, like him maybe saying something fucked up versus what you people are doing. And you know what I mean by you people. Yeah, well, and that's just it. And we never would have known what life was like under Donald Trump because it would have been Joe Biden for 8 years. Trump would have lost initially and just been like, well, I tried. Fuck it. I'm done. I really think that that is part of why Trump ran in 2024 because he already knew he could do it. I probably should have painted the red first. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. There are like these teeny, teeny, tiny supports in there. I don't know if you guys can see them or not. Damn. Or my little clippers. You'll see the underside of the tongue. Tongue's going to be all jacked up if I don't get that out of there. You were supposed to get offended. No joke, true story. I took a guy's black card from him one time when we were in the Camden GameStop. And the reason why is because I was like, he said something, and I was like, oh yeah, name all the original members of NWA. And he couldn't, he was like, well, Ice Cube. Sorry, who else? He couldn't name anybody else, and I named all of them. And I was like, that's it, you lose your black card. And he's like, no way. I'm like, oh yeah. And then we were asking like customers as they were coming in. They're like, oh yeah, dude, you lose your black card. We're giving it to the white man. So thank you. Because yeah, that shit was funny. Uh-oh. That was a joke anyway, sure. Yeah, I mean, like, how do you not know Dr. Dre, Ice Cube, Easy E, MC Ren, and DJ Yella? Not very hard. Everybody always forgets yellow. Oh, that would have been priceless. Somebody should have asked her back when she was like, "Oh, I smoke weed to Tupac or whatever," because I couldn't do it because I hate Tupac. Like, no lie. Um, but name four of his songs. You know what I mean? Name three of his songs. She would have been like, let's change the subject over to immigration or something. Better yet, say what it stands for. I don't think she would have pulled that one off. I will just tell you to listen to the one line that goes, um, motherfucker named Ice Cube from the gang called, and then yeah, we'll go from there. Crazy motherfucker named Ice Cube. Damn, gang called with attitude. I know I'm not singing it, but there's a reason. Yeah, Kamala, and she was from California too, so she had no excuse. Actually, she's from Canada. People were so upset when people were like, yeah, well, when Trump was like, yeah, she's not black. It's like, what? I'm not gonna lie, it is kind of sad though because after this shit's over, it's over. Like, no more Trump ever. Like, once he's out of office, that's it. Yeah, you're not wrong, Sheree. You are not wrong at all. I think I'm gonna smooth that out a little bit. actually don't like that little dip in the eye. I'll just sharpen it up. Vance's press secretary. I don't know. Still something about JD Vance. I don't completely trust him. I don't know why. It's just my gut instinct. Saying like, I don't know about this guy. I don't know. That shit looks like the Nike symbol to me on that eye. I think that's a little bit better. Should look a little rough. All right, that's not bad. I can live with that, I think. Yeah, you're not wrong. We'll get to know him a lot better over 4 years. But if he's a snake behind the scenes, we won't know till it's already too late. I think that's my big issue. Let's see. How does he look so far? I can rock with that. Still not sure about this other eye. No, it actually works. It comes back far enough. All right. Gums and teeth it is. Like, that's just it. There's a lot of these politicians that just, they're full of shit. We shouldn't trust them. And yet, people are cheering for them like they're heroes. Like one guy that I completely lost all faith in, I had never heard of him, had a little bit of hope for him, and just could give a shit if the guy is in Congress anymore or not, is James Comer. The guy who's always talking about Joe Biden's we checked everything and we went after all this and we're going to nail him out for his dealings with Ukraine with his son and the corruption. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. You got nothing on Biden, but in all that time, you had to investigate him. You got nothing on him, so shut the fuck up. Unless you're going to provide fiscal proof in front of us, I don't want to even hear your mouth. No, MSM will call him a reliable source close to the president. They're not going to out him. Like, one guy that should never have been even close to that White House was the vice president last time. Should never even have been close to the White House. Fucking Mike Pence. He's said shit and was for shit that scares the ever-loving fuck out of me. I'm not all about, biological men playing in women's sports. I think they should have their own category of transgender Olympics or whatever the fuck, right? I think that that's fine, but I'm also, at the same breath, like protect women in their spaces. I'm also not for, hey, if you're gay, we should shock you until it goes away. And that's what Mike Pence was for. Like, oh, we should shock the gay out of people. Like, send them off to special camps to teach them not to be gay. Like, yo, bro, easy there. That's a little extra. Like you can't force somebody to be something they're not. He was all about shit like that. People get hung up because they're like, oh, he betrayed Donald Trump or whatever. No, he just did what he was supposed to do, like any other establishment shill would have done on that day. He didn't believe the evidence, he didn't find it credible, whatever. So he did exactly what the VP is supposed to do. I don't hate on him for that, but it's, yeah, little fucked up if you want to shock somebody just because they're gay until they're not gay anymore. Like, if they never come out of it, do you shock them till they die? Like electrocute them? I mean, honestly, I don't fault him for the whole wife being in the room because people can say shit and you're on the hook for it. So I kind of got that part. But and you're not wrong, Devin. But like, do you think people should, like in your government, right? I it wasn't taken out of context. He was all about it. He's very, very religious. And he actually was on record as saying it a couple times. He was in support of different groups that did this kind of thing. Now, granted, he wasn't the president, so he's not setting policy and shit. He's the BP. And they tagged him on with Trump just so the establishment had control over Trump, too. You know what I mean? If they went off the rails, they would have just. I'm pretty damn sure the plan was that if Trump went too far off the rails during his presidency, and I'm not talking about January 6th, I mean in the actual presidency, those 4 years, that they would have 25th Amendment Trump and got him the hell out of there and thrown Mike Pence in to replace him. I think that was the plan with Mike Pence. He was their insurance policy. Same way I think Sheree said it earlier, like Kamala was kind of like Joe Biden's insurance policy. Hell, Dan Quayle, um, H.W. Bush's VP, he was Bush's fucking insurance policy because he was not exactly the smartest guy in the room by any stretch of the imagination. Okay, so yes, you're right, Devin. I just looked over. Sorry, I was painting, so I didn't see your message or your chat. But yes, voluntary. If you want to go in there and you're like, look, I feel like I'm an aberration in the eyes of God, and I want you to shock the gay out of me and stuff like that. That's fine. That's somebody voluntarily doing it. He was talking involuntary, like anybody who's gay. Like should have the shit shocked at them until they're straight. Which I was like, yeah, I'm not for that. That's like Sheree shocking the shit out of me because I'm white. Like, well, wait a minute, I was born this way. What are you talking about? Ah! And you're not wrong. Some people do. Like, did you ever see? I don't know if you ever watched The Shield when it was on or any of the replays. If you got FX, it's on there with Vic Mackey and all that stuff. And the one cop, his name was Julian, and Julian was gay and in the closet. And then Vic Mackey finds out, kind of blackmails him with it, stuff like this. But yeah, like Julian was super Christian too, and like he was going through therapy trying to get cured of being gay. I don't think you can cure gay like that. I mean, it's just me. Maybe you can. I don't think it works though. I mean, what if he's straight and like just likes butt stuff? Like, what then? Like, yeah, I mean, good for the goose, good for the gander, right? Like, if you had priests that were diddling kids, most of those kids are young males. So, how do you balance the two, you know? All right, yeah, I think that'll be all right when I glue it in. Hopefully, I can keep pulling these lines this way. That was a good line. Sure. I don't know what you were laughing at, Sheree, but I think I know. I don't know. I just, like I said, I always live by as long as you're not hurting kids or animals, and you're two consenting adults, what you do is what you do. Just don't involve children. Don't force anything on anybody. That kind of thing. That's just me, though. I've always kind of lived my life that way. God damn, looks so weird with his mouth missing. Or his teeth. Let him dry out for a second there. Wait, which part has to do with what? What, guys who like butt stuff, or the role of government in our life and somebody's religious beliefs? I'm not sure which way you're answering, Dev. I said a lot of shit there while I was painting and not really paying attention. I'm not gonna lie. I do that sometimes, like a retard. It's almost like I'm autistic, just old and autistic. But like Sheree was saying, like the whole having his wife in the room when he was meeting with women, I honestly don't fault him. It was smart. Then a woman can't say, "Oh, he did this to me while we were alone." Like, yeah, you better been in front of my wife then. That's going to have to get touched up in a minute. Oh. Not all of them. Like, that's just it. So, you got to remember, Bill Clinton went into office and was screwing around with Monica Lewinsky, and there was no recordings of it. If she hadn't kept her blue dress with her Clinton stains on it, we'll call them, then she could have just been called a liar. But because of that blue dress that she kept that had DNA evidence on it, yeah, he was hosed. But say like it wasn't consensual. Say Bill Clinton had, and I mean, yes, it was consensual, but say it wasn't. Bill Clinton could have claimed that she was lying, that none of it was true. That's part of the problem, is that especially in an age and time like now, where you had the whole Me Too movement, and can't be overstated. Some of them people deserve to get nailed and go to jail and all that kind of stuff. Then there's other guys who didn't do anything. Yeah, he looks better with his teeth in. I gotta glue those teeth in. Give him his dentures. Almost done, I guess. I was gonna opalescence this, but I think once it coats, it's gonna look fine. Let me see. I'll just try a drop of opalescence on it. Let's see how it comes out. Yeah, I definitely look better with my teeth in. All right. Let's just test run this, see if it looks decent or if it looks like shit. Actually, fuck. God damn it. Of course, it would have to look good, right? Definitely tightens up the white on them. Definitely makes the spider pop. I don't know if you guys can even see it. Hold on, let me do this. Can you guys see the difference? Like this versus this. The way the light hits it and it plays off of it. Like I just hit all in here on the spider with that opalescence. How it looks like a little shinier, smoother. All right, Devin, good luck with your case tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out. You know we love you. Thank you for spilling the popcorn, as it were. God damn, 12:30 or 12:15 already. I always said I wanted to knock it out before 12, but I definitely want this one to pop. Just me and you, Shirai? Thank you, Shirai. Appreciate you. Do think it's crazy you're pulling duty on Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Did you happen to end up moderating for anybody else's channel or just me and ABL? Yeah, just us cool cats. Yeah, I mean, I'm shocked. People like it's cool, like slow growing channel here. I knew it was going to be slow growing because I'm not uh I'm not going all buzzword out and all that kind of shit. Oh, I fucked up. I have to clean that up in a minute. Alien gave everybody a wrench for some reason. Oh, he told me he's like, cause trolls jump in, and then there's always somebody here with a wrench, and I'm just like thinking to myself, like, he's like, I'll give you a wrench too, Gam. I'm like, nah, I'm good, bro. I'm good. Like, yeah, no, like just deal with them like you would an asshole that's bullying you. Either lean into it or punch them right back. One of the two. Don't get offended. It's okay. It's just some asshole on the internet expressing his opinion. We do that and we actually stream it. That's all. Slow and steady wins the race. That's what she said. And of course, anywhere I blow out, I'm going to have to go over in black again. Oh, just cracked my head right off the mic. Good move. What's even worse is it's just like when I was painting them black on black, I have to like tilt him a certain way to see if I actually painted a part yet, or if I missed a spot, or any of that stuff. Because unfortunately on camera, it just looks like solid white. But when you're actually looking at it in person, you can see the difference between the pearl white and the regular white. Like it's very flat and then very shiny. And once it's tightened up with the black, it should really pop. Really? That's got to be epic looking. You did a whole mural? That's just it, Sheree. Why don't you stream and like do some of your artwork? I'm sure you probably get way more viewers than me. And it's bad. I keep blowing out here and there. Trying to adjust the lines as I go. Oh yeah, I don't doubt that cost you a bundle. Like everything when Venom came out, everything went to Venom. Because I mean, he just like he ate people. Like, wait, you're telling me I got a Spider-Man who's like badass and eats people? All right, where do I sign up? I being consistent isn't well. I mean, I'm not real consistent, am I? Sometimes I'm painting cryptids. Sometimes I'm painting superheroes. Sometimes I'm painting just random shit. Rick and Morty. Hell, I got to do anime soon. That toga, like, I have to make sure I knock that one out of the park because David. It's for David, and he's all the way over in England. So if I fuck it up, or he doesn't like the paint job on it, that's gonna have to get completely redone. Although the nice thing about David was he told his buddy, he's like, yeah, his buddy's buying like I guess anime statues off of Crunchyroll or wherever the hell they sell them. And David told his buddy the only person who gets my money for statues and stuff will be GAM. That was nice. Because at first I was just going to ship it over to him, and I looked at the shipping price, and I was like, "Oh, you can pay for the shipping, you son of a bitch. It's expensive to ship over to England." I don't feel I'm super consistent though. I mean, I'm just I literally tell you guys my point of view. Sometimes you got you can disagree with me too. It's perfectly all right. If we were exactly the same, life would be really fucking boring. I mean, I'm not going to lie at all. I I come for pain or chit chat. Yeah, well, I mean, reality is, if I'm not talking, what am I going to talk to you about? Oh, look, all right, I'm doing a brush stroke right now on his rib. And where can I talk about other shit while I'm doing this? Should be able to do two things at once. Have to be able to multitask, I guess. I always said that if I had one person watching me, then I would, you know, I would keep this YouTube channel going. So if anything, you and Devin, you guys keep me going. If anything, you guys are the consistent ones because every time I post, hey, I'm streaming, you guys are here. Like Devin sometimes can't be here if she's working or what have you, like when she was switching over. But you have always been here. All right, that's nice and tightened up. I think I'll do his eyes with that shit too. His teeth, I'm going to leave alone. Let's get your dentures out there, buddy. Side character energy? Nah, that's just it. It's the people that feel that way are usually like some of the best leaders. They lead from behind, not the front. They hide out in the background. Like that's the whole thing with Devin, right? Gotta say this. Devin's hysterical, smart, funny, all that. And 90% of the time, she doesn't talk. That's the whole running popcorn gag. Same thing with you. Like when we're on ABL and stuff, I know there's times where I'm like, oh, she's laughing her ass off right now. But you can't talk. You can't add in there sometimes because you're just like, you don't know how ABL's going to take it, like if he's going to get pissy or what have you. Like I'm sure there's times where you're like, got to take your hands and fold them like this in front of you and just be like, yep, can't touch my keyboard because if I do, the shit that I'm going to type out there is going to be a whole lot of DTSFA. Like a whole lot of DTSFA. Because I've seen some of the shit that comes through. All right, I just got to tighten up the black on the body, and then honestly, I think he's about ready for assembly. These little tiny mild blowouts are what's going to kill this whole thing if I'm not careful. Got me with that whole damn slow and steady. Like I started a rush there, and I was like, oh, I got to throttle back. Right there, there's this like little tiny spot where the opalescence blew out. And of course, I went overboard. Fuck. Yeah, I don't. So with Shaquille, I he stopped responding for the most part because I just beat the shit out of him too bad the one time. But it doesn't mean I'm still not going to pot shot him any chance I get just for being a douche. Let's see, just looking to make sure I got it all tightened. Yeah, it's all tight. How's his eyes look? Eyes are looking better. Bottom of the spider. Yep, shiny. Alrighty, time to get a little glue going. Yeah, see, that's just it. Like, I don't want Shaquille Oatmeal banned. I don't even want him silenced. I want him talking shit. You know? It's just when I start seeing certain people get upset about it, that's when I kind of break his balls heavy. But you're 100% on target with that one. Some people are just like, "Oh, that guy's a troll. Get him out of here. Ban him." It's like, no, dude. He's had a membership to ABL for like 4 years now. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? You got here 5 minutes ago. Like, he's actually part of the show to me. All right, nice and easy. Yeah, there they go. Once this seals, that's GG on them teeth. Yeah, the teeth sealed in, I think. All right, time to put your head on, buddy. So let's do it this way. Ugh, I got a little goo everywhere. There we go. All right, now for your lower half. And get to the arms. It's actually a pretty good seal on them right there. This arm's here. No, he's not always off base either. Sometimes he's got some interesting takes. Uh-oh. Did I not shave that down enough? How come you are not going in proper? I'm not getting good seating on that arm. Come on, seat. I drilled all this shit out too. Alright, that arm's seated. Do the same thing on the other side. Oof. Yeah, I'm getting plain the one arm. I might actually have to take that apart later and cut it down more. I get the shit. Not get glue all over myself. There we go. That arm went in nice. This one's still a little off marker. Actually, no, it fits nice now. And base has to get glued together. Oh, shit. Sheree, you let me fuck something up. God damn it. Oh, I thought I was done. I'm done with Venom. I'm not done with this. There's one little piece on here that I have to paint. Shit. What a pain in my ass. God damn it. I have to tighten all this up with the... It shouldn't take long. Yeah, you can see it. Getting those damn little teeth on there. I'm going to have to tighten all that up with the black. No, I think the reason why the other mods don't come on is because they're not you. And if it's anybody's fault, it's probably mine because I always go, shout out to Sheree, best mod on the internets. And like they're in there sometimes like sitting there like, well, wait, what about me? How come you don't ever say I'm a great mod? Because you're not here, dude. Sheree's the only one doing work. Because you're the one who's always putting in that time. You're always there. Yeah, well, and that's just it. Like before you were a mod, if you remember when you were just chilling in the chat and stuff, remember Beans used to have the same problem. It was always just Beana in there. Like honestly, ABL besides you, there's only one other mod I ever see in there, and like he's there maybe every third show. So I don't think it's you. I don't think you overstepped any bounds or anything like that. I think the other people just don't take it seriously. Honestly, though, I mean, I say this about you too. If I was monetized, then you would be getting paid for being my mod. Because to me, that's only fair. You're putting in time and all that stuff. And even if you are just here to chit chat and all that, over there, you actually have to do work. Like you actually have to make people not cuss and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I give Bina a lot of props. Even being my mod, I thought Bina was a great mod. You know, you'll never hear me not sing her praises. I can never talk to her again. I can be honest about things and say she's a good mod. You know, um, but I'm not going to lie when I say like you keep me on point sometimes when it comes to this shit. There's no exaggeration there because it's really easy to get thrown off or forget something like that was a joke, like you let me screw up or whatever. My thing with Bina is I think Bina needs to do her own stream. I think she would get other because she has a lot of ideas for streaming and stuff, and she's not wrong in 99% of them. But I think she needs to do stuff her way on her stream. So, oh wait, hold on. Who was talking about a blind caller in chat? It wasn't me, was it? Or was this one of the shows I missed? Because I don't remember there being a blind caller. A mod? Really? Was it oh god, what the fuck's the dude's name? I can't remember what the guy's name is. Zealand or Zachtochi Sword or some shit. Alright, I think that fixes that. I just got to opalescence the eyes. Yeah, I mean, see it shit like that. Like, okay, troll caller, or I mean, we've had trolls in the chat. You've seen it. Like, I've had one or two of them, and they both subbed to me. And why? Because when I get somebody in the chat who acting a fool, you didn't see me go, Sheree, can you ban that person? Can you shut them up or whatever? If anything, the only person I've seen get upset about it was Danny. He was like, what the fuck, brah? Blah, 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 blah. And I was just like, yeah, whatever. That's kind of the attitude you have to have when you're dealing with trolls, because if you feed the trolls, like you freak out, or you get really rip shit on them, then what's going to end up happening is you fed them. So now they know they can get under your skin and they're going to come back and nail you and nail you and nail you. Yeah. And you are not wrong as a moderator of a channel, right? If it's something that ABL wouldn't say, you don't want to say it. Because basically you're reflecting on them. Now with me, you can say whatever the fuck you want and I'm going to back you up. But that goes back to I'm also not monetized and making money off this shit either. So, you know, and even then you wouldn't have that conversation like, oh, well, Sheree, you shouldn't have said this, that, or the other thing. Like, I still don't know what happened with the one dude where I guess that Matt Mittens guy got his wrench taken away from him. He was like, it broke that man. Like, I remember when he came back into the chat after he lost his wrench, and I didn't even know what the fuck really happened. And he was just heartbroken. Yeah, well, not just that, but like, honestly, here's the thing. If I got an argument right now with some troll, you would be coming in and have my back. Why the fuck am I not going to have yours? That's kind of where I look at it. Like, all right. I didn't know if I wanted to do this, but I think I'm going to. I'm going to glue the base. Hopefully this works well. Come on, give me some goo. Goo, goo, goo. Goo, goo, goo. Like just a light smattering back and forth on that. Actually, you know what? I got shit overrunning. I'm drippy. I'll do it on the other side too. My lid back on and see if I can find the damn perfect seam. I don't think that's going to hold. I think I'm going to have to drill it to get it to stay. And it's holding all right. It keeps popping though. Pain in my ass. All right, let's see how he looks. Oh, yep, Yep, that is definitely not going to work. It's not going to work, baby. Yeah, I know. I went after him one time and that was it. Like I just let him know because he got smug with somebody in chat and I'm like, yo, dude, don't talk shit with me in here because I don't know you. I don't care to know you. I know you did some fucked up shit. I didn't do nothing. Yeah, you did. You know exactly what you did. Come on, get on there. There we go. And let's zoom it out. Oh, god damn it. That stand is just weak. I'm gonna have to fix the stand, but we are Venom. Let's see. I definitely need this stand to stay together. Dog, knock it off. I think he came out all right. I need to get a better angle on this though. Kind of hard to see. In 1 second, my dog's growling. I gotta see what he's yelling at. Oh, really? What's his other profile? Thank you. Yeah, I am kind of happy with the way he came out. Trying to get you a good view on him. You can see the whole damn thing. Pop, pop, pop. Oh yeah, I think he came out all right. Um, Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Yes. So looking at this, I don't know that Gorilla Glue is going to do. I don't know it's going to hold that base together. Yeah, I do. I think that did come out not bad. Sure, not bad at all. Bring it up a little. He definitely has that. He's got that swagger to him. Try not to pop the base apart, but like the spider came out tight. His eyes, his teeth, his mouth. I think we got it. I think we got it. We even got the little face over here. Got that one kind of spot. Thank you. Yeah, the base, I tried to do it like it was rough steel, and then he had the venom ooze leaking down it or what have you. I'm actually happy. Normally I'm like 50-50 on stuff. I'm actually happy with this one. Matter of fact, let's see if I can't get a light somewhere else in there so you can actually see the muscle tone veins on them and everything else. I don't know. How's that? Is the lighting better on it? Does it look better? Yeah. Yeah, that'll end up being the thumbnail then. Yeah, I mean it came out, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty tight. Let's see. I wonder if this looks cool. Oh no, that's the sound of the police. I don't know. I don't think that's doing what I wanted to do. This would probably look cooler if it was like under it, shining up. I don't know why. Can I just like select a solid color here? That's Taste the Rainbow. Is that solid? That's just cycling. I gotta really screw with this thing one day. Yeah, I definitely like the way it looks though. First, I wasn't entirely sure with the opalescence going on there, or the pearlescence, or what have you on the whites, but it does make it pop. Like, it definitely looks a lot more solid. Only thing I'm not happy about is how loose this base is. I'm going to have to secure it somehow. Let me do this and hold it up so you get a better angle on it. Yeah, he's a decent size too. And shout out goes to whoever the artist was who designed him. They did a fantastic fucking job with Venom. See, I go down here like this and bam, turn that on. That might be too much. First, you want to fall over. Oh, you bastard. Actually, I think that works. Yeah, whoever modeled them, definitely like they must have had a love for the character, or they're a pro. It's the only thing I can't do is model like this. Let's see, does that just make that go faster? Do this. Okay, I might actually be able to get this damn thing solid. That's creepy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fuck with this thing. Turn down the lighting a little. All right. Another job well done, I think. I think this one, I think I nailed this one. I do think it came out good. Um, yeah, like he's killing somebody. Let's see. I really wish I could get that camera to bend the rest of the way that way. You want that strobe back on? I can probably tighten up the camera too so you can see every little bump. Let's see. Where's my camera? Oh, actually, you know what? Let's do it this way. There we go. And then I'll strobe them out. Oh. Hit the right color mode. This thing has like 5,000 different settings. I never messed with it before, but I always just set it on like a light box. But it definitely has like all these different settings to it. Oh, just throw my mouse down and break everything. Let me see. Where the hell did that go? Go. Let me see if I kill this. If I do the red like that, that is kind of creepy, huh? Only thing is, I can't see. That's a little better. Yeah, there we go. Definitely has that evil look to it, huh? I wonder how much a Venom statue this size goes for. I think next time, if I don't do Toga, I'm probably going to put together Iron Man. You know, for just black and white, he was a pain in the ass. Yeah, what I'll have to do is this week I'm gonna have to drill out the parts on Iron Man. There you go. I'll give him the police vibe, like the cops are coming for him. But yeah, now, unfortunately, now I'm gonna have to find a Spider-Man to go with him. I got an Iron Man, and I've got that Incredible Hulk back here, like all the way out in the backdrop that I still have to paint. That's just a bust, though. It's not a full figure. But I am actually pleased with the way he came out, the way he looks. Sandman. Oh, you mean like the character of the Sandman? That would be, if I can actually find one of him, that would be an interesting print to do. And just for reference point, by the way, because I still have him too. I still got Mini Venom. So that's a pretty good reference point right there. Because this is the exact same thing as that, just a mini version. That gives you a definite reference of what he looks like when he first prints versus what I just did to him. God, the mini would be such a bitch to paint. It's so tiny in detail. That's why I printed out the bigger one. Like, I made it bigger. The only part that I couldn't get to print that I really had to cut up was the base. I had to split it, and that's why it's the way it is. Oof. Yeah, the mini one, the base is way deformed too now that I'm looking at it. Like, it's not completely down or anything. Well, hopefully you had fun, Sheree. And anybody else watching in the future. Yeah, exactly. That mini would be such it like hitting all these little tiny details, and even just the base would be a bitch. Yeah, that spider. Oh, yeah. That would definitely drive me nuts. You can't even see the bottom of the spider on the mini. Like it's completely hidden in his abs. Poor David. He messaged me. What time did David message me at? Fucking David messaged me probably like 2 hours ago. You run. They put out a new map for Call of Duty, and he's like, "You want to run the Easter egg on it?" Shit. But yes, thank you for watching, Sheree. You're epic. Greatest mods on these internets. Special shout out to you. Special shout out to everybody who watched. Thank you for watching, leaving a like, talking. And Sheree, thank you so much. You know, you're definitely part of the reason I do this is you, Deb, and Mister, like all you guys who are here regularly supporting. Stranded has become kind of a regular. You know, Paul, David, all you guys. Like, I love you back, Sheree. And I'll see you on Saturday on ABL stream. I'll be back Thursday. I might tackle Iron Man. I think I can pull off Iron Man. But everybody stay safe. Enjoy your week. I'll see you next Thursday, right around 8 o'clock Eastern Standard. Yeah, thank you for the like, share, and subscribe. Everybody hang in there. Enjoy yourselves. You can do this shit too. Just give it a shot. And until I see you next time, don't take shit from anybody. Good night, everybody.